Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Selamat pagi dan selamat datang Bapak Ibu sekalian.
My name is Excelsa Suli and my friend Husnul Agustina. It's wonderful and precious chance for us to be your master of ceremony in this beautiful morning on 21st of October 2025.
Nama saya Husnul Agustina dan rekan saya Excelsa Suli merupakan kesempatan yang luar biasa bagi kami untuk menjadi pembawa acara pada pagi yang indah ini pada tanggal 21 Oktober 2025.
The Honorable Rector of University of Jember, Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna M.Eng.
Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Jember, Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna M.Eng.
The Honorable Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, as well as Head of PUI-PT Combinatorics and Graph, as well as President of the Indonesian Mathematical Society, Profesor Dr. Andes Davik, MSc, PhD.
Yang kami hormati Dekan Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, sekaligus Ketua PUI-PT Kombinatorika dan Graph, serta Presiden The Indonesian Mathematical Society, Profesor Dr. Andes Davik, MSc, PhD.
The Honorable Chairwoman of the Organizing Committee, Dr. Ika Hesti Agustin, SSI, MSI.
Yang kami hormati Ketua Panitia ICJMS, Dr. Ika Hesti Agustin, SSI, MSI.
The Honorable Keynote Speaker of this event, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Yang kami hormati Keynote Speaker pada acara hari ini dan tamu undangan yang berbahagia.
Welcome to the first day of the 37th International Conference of Zhangjiang Mathematical Society 2025. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah who has given us guidance, happiness, healthy, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Praise and salutation upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Pertama-tama, marilah kita mengucapkan syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah memberikan petunjuk, kebahagiaan, kesehatan, dan rahmat-Nya sehingga kita bisa hadir dan berpartisipasi dalam acara ini tanpa kendala apapun. Salawat dan salam semoga selalu tercurahkan kepada Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this special morning, we would like inform about our today agendas. Please allow me to read several sequences of our agendas. First, opening session. Second, opening dance performance. Third, singing national anthem of Indonesian. Fourth, singing hymn of University of Jember. Fifth, briefing welcome speech from chairwoman of the organizing committee. Sixth, speech from chief guest of the conference. Seven, speech as well as open the conference formally by the Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, as well as President of the Indonesian Mathematical Society. 8. Reading a prayers. 9. Showing the conference video. 10. Welcome gift of appreciation and photo session. 11. Coffee break. 12. Presentation from keynote speaker. And last, closing.
Hadirin sekalian, pada pagi yang istimewa ini, kami akan memberikan informasi tentang agenda hari ini. Mohon izinkan saya untuk membacakan beberapa urutan agenda pada pagi hari ini. Pertama, sesi pembukaan. Kedua, pertunjukan tari pembukaan. Ketiga, menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. 4. Menyanyikan himne Universitas Jember. 5. Sambutan dari Ketua Panitia ICJMS. 6. Sambutan dari chief guest dari delegasi invited speakers. 7. Sambutan dari Dekan Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam serta Presiden The Indonesian Mathematical Society. 8. Pembacaan doa. 9. Penayangan video ICJMS. 10. Pemberian welcome gift of appreciation untuk keynote speaker sekaligus foto sesi bersama. 11. Coffee break. 12. Presentasi oleh keynote speakers. Dan yang terakhir, penutupan.
Ladies and gentlemen, to take advantage of the time, let's start agenda by reciting Basmalah together.
Hadirin sekalian, untuk memanfaatkan waktu, marilah kita mulai agenda pada pagi hari ini dengan bacaan basmalah bersama-sama.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Step to the second agenda is opening dance by UKMS Titik, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, University of Jember, entitled Solah Dance.
Agenda berikutnya adalah pertunjukan tari pembukaan oleh UKMS Titik Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam Universitas Jember yang berjudul Tari Solah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome UKMS Titik.
Nalari miwiti Rama sinden sendaning pratangga
Wanujo aruming koto wangtan sagono sing roko rasa haji wong rangkong sokajo paninggaling raksasa wanujo aruming koto wangtan sagono sing roko rasa haji wong rangkong sokajo paninggaling raksasa
Step to the following agenda is singing national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and hymn of University of Jember. Ladies and gentlemen, for offline participant, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat.
Hadirin disilahkan duduk kembali.
The next agenda is brief welcome speech from Chairwoman of the Organizing Committee, Dr. Ika Hesti Agustin SSI MSI. To Dr. Ika, please welcome.
Agenda berikutnya adalah sambutan dari Ketua Panitia ICJMS, Dr. Ika Hesti Agustin SSI MSI. Kepada Dr. Ika, disilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Dr. Iwan Taruna, as a Rector of University of Jember, Honorable Professor David, Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, as well as the President of Indonesian Mathematical Society and Chairman of Sigan Research Center. Distinguished keynote and invited speakers, respected college, organizing committee, and lovely participants. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my honor and great pleasure to welcome you to the 37th International Conference of Janjeon Mathematical Society 2025. We are delighted to host scholars, practitioners, industry leaders, and students from across Indonesia and around the world, both on-site and online. Please allow me first to acknowledge our distinguished speakers who have graciously joined us to share their expertise. Here are the invited speakers with their respective university names. Professor V. Lokesha from India, Professor Sudrajat Supian MSc PhD from Indonesia, Professor Dr. Slamin PhD from Indonesia, Professor Yilmaz Simsek from Turkey, Professor Dr. Ismail Nachicanggul from Turkey, Professor Taekyun Kim from South Korea, Professor Abdelmed Biat from France, and the last, Professor Dr. David, MSc PhD from Indonesia. We thank you for investing your time and intellect in this forum. The main terms of this conference focus on problems related to the advancement of mathematical science and their applications. We hope this conference will be a valuable experience for all of us. I wish all participants great success during the event. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Ika for the welcoming speech.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Dr. Ika atas sambutannya.
The next agenda is speech from chief guest of the conference, Professor Virabadraya Lokesha. To Professor Lokesha, please welcome.
Agenda berikutnya adalah sambutan oleh chief guest dari delegasi invited speakers, Profesor Vira Badariah Lokesa. Kepada Prof. Lokesa, disilakan.
Assalamualaikum. Good morning to one and all. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Rector, my good friend and Professor Dafiq, Professor Tekiam King, respected academicians, distinguished researchers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning to all of you. It is a both honor and privilege to stand before the esteemed gathering today as the guest of the International Conference on Janjian Mathematical Society. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, especially Professor Dafiq and Ika, uh, for inviting me to be the part of such a prestigious event that brings together some of the finest minds in the field. Mathematics, often referred to as the language of the universe, is more than just a number, equations, or formulas. It is a powerful tool for understanding the world around us. From the structure of atoms to the motion of galaxies, from the algorithms that drive technologies to statistical models that inform public policies. Throughout history, mathematics has been backbone of scientific discovery and technological advancement. Think of the contributions of the Euclid, Euler, Newton, Ramanujan, Emi, and so many others who have shaped our understanding of the natural and abstract world. Their work continues to inspire generations, and this conference is living example of the enduring legacy. Today, as we face increasingly complex global challenges, that is climate change, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and pandemic modeling, to name a few, mathematics remains central to finding sustainable and innovative solutions. The research presented here as a potential not only to advance academic knowledge, but to positively impact society at large. This gathering is not only a platform for shaping ideas, but also to celebration of international collaboration. The diversity of the perspectives, methods, and applications that you all bring enriches the collective understanding of our discipline. I encourage each one of you to engage deeply, ask difficult questions, collaboration across the borders, and most importantly, continue to explore fearlessly. To the young researchers and the students here, remember that mathematics is not a race, but a lifelong journey. Be curious, be resilient, and never be afraid of failure. And never be afraid of failure. Every problem solved is a step forward. Every unsolved problem is an opportunity to waiting to be explored. I want to brief some of the background of our Janjian Mathematical Society. The society was founded in 1996 by Taekiam Kim in Korea with the aim of advancing mathematical research, facilitates the free discussion and cooperation among the scholars, and promoting moral fidelity in a scholarship. The name Janjian, it is a Korean word, refers to the founder's birthplace and signifies the place of studies. In Korean, Jewel Bath, reflecting the society's aspiration of being a dedicated space for mathematical thought. The society, drawn on the tradition of the Hapcheon region in Korea, Hapcheon country for its heritage of scholarship and moral character. Its mission, JMS, articulates its key values, promote the research excellence in mathematics, ensuring papers are correct, new, and high quality. It fosters open and voluntary participation of scholars globally, not restricted by geography. Encourage the development of mathematical talent, moral integrity, linking the mathematical enterprise with broader contribution to the world peace and prosperity. Publish mathematical research in its journals, that is Janjian Mathematical Society, and advance studies in mathematical sciences, and for the knowledge exchange and networking. That is two important publications are there. That is advanced studies in contemporary mathematics, and another one is Janjian Mathematical Proceedings of Janjian Mathematical Society. Both are in the Scopus Journal and well reputed. The society encourages submission from all over the world for high quality mathematical research. Professor Taekiam Kim is dedicated its many things for this Janjian Mathematical Society. When I am studying in completed my master's, after that he came in 1996 to India. Then that is the first stage of the starting point of the Janjian Mathematical Society. Maybe that is the 6th international conference. I presented my first paper in Janjian Mathematical Society. Now I am also one of the part of the Janjian Mathematical Society. This shapes me to this how I am. That is the one thing you must observe. The younger mathematicians must encourage the Janjian Mathematical Society. And especially thanks to Professor Kim and all my friends, Professor Simsek, Kangul, and Bayad, and Professor Dafik is also joined with us for the bigger group in the worldwide. In conclusion, I would like to commend the organizers for the effort in hosting this important event. I am confident that the discussions and collaboration that emerge over the next few days will contribute significantly to the global mathematical community. I wish this conference great success and look forward to seeing the incredible work that emerges from it. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much to Professor Lokesa for the speech.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Profesor Lokesa atas sambutannya.
The next agenda is speech as well as open the conference formally by Dean of Mathematics and Natural Science Faculty, as well as Head of PUI-PT Combinatorics and Graph, as well as President of the Indonesian Mathematical Society, Professor Dr. Andes Davik, MSc, PhD. To Professor Davik, please welcome.
Agenda berikutnya adalah sambutan sekaligus membuka konferensi secara resmi oleh Dekan Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam serta Ketua PUI-PT Kombinatorika dan Graph sekaligus Presiden The Indonesian Mathematical Society, Profesor Dr. Andes Davik, MSc PhD. Kepada Profesor Davik, disilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, salam, Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, rahayu. Honorable Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna, M.Ing, Rector of the University of Jember, distinguished keynote and invited speakers, respected colleges and organizing committee, and all lovely participants who join offline or online. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, it is both an honor and great pleasure to welcome you to the 37th International Conference of Jangjeon Mathematical Society 2025. We are delighted to host a scholar, practitioners, industry leader, and students from across Indonesia and around the world, both on-site and online. This conference is organized by the Jangjeon Mathematical Society and SIGAN Research Center of the University of Jember as co-host. The main themes of the conference this year focus on the advancement of mathematical sciences, their application, and addressing current issue and fostering intellectual exchange. Please allow me also acknowledge our distinguished speakers who have graciously joined us to share their expertise online or offline. The first one is Professor V. Lokesa from India. He is coming here, Indonesia, actually already twice. And we and Professor Lokesa continue to travel to Bali for other conference. And the second is Professor Sudrajat Supian, MSc, PhD from University of Pajajaran, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Slamin, MCom SC, as a Vice Rector of Academic Affairs. Now he is currently in the inauguration of a professor of the University of Jember. He will join online in this afternoon meeting. Especially also Professor Yilmaz Simsek, as the chairman of the Jangjeon Mathematical Society, and also Professor Dr. Ismail Nasi Changgul, and Professor Takyum Kim from South Korea, and Professor Abdelmaid Beyat from France. We deeply appreciate their invaluable contribution, and we thank them for investing their time and intellectual in this forum. We sincerely hope that this conference will provide a rich and rewarding experience for all participants, fostering meaningful discussion and collaboration across various fields of mathematical science as well as the application. It is our aspiration that each session, whether in the form of keynote speech, invited talk, interactive discussion, will inspire a new insight, spark innovative idea, and create opportunity for further research and application. And moreover, we trust that this event will serve as a platform for networking where you can connect with esteemed colleges, explore potential partnership, and exchange an idea that might lead to future collaboration. I wish all of you to have a great success throughout this conference and beyond as we work together for further the impact of mathematics in the real world. By reciting Basmala, finally, I open formally this conference for all of you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor David for the speech.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Profesor David atas sambutannya.
Entering the next agenda, there is reading a prayers by Mr. Fatan Fihrizi, SPD, MPD. To Mr. Fatan, please welcome.
Acara selanjutnya mendengarkan pembacaan doa oleh Bapak Fatan Fihrizi, SPD, MPD. Kepada Bapak Fatan, disilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Jember, Dean Faculty of MIPA, Universitas Jember, Profesor Dr. Andes David, Professors, esteemed speakers, and all participants, let us take a brief moment to pause, calm our heart, and sincerely seek the blessing and guidance of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the one and only one God, so that this international conference may be carried out successfully with His guidance and favor. With your permission, I will offer this prayer in the Islamic way to our friend from the different faiths. Please feel free to join in your own way. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin salatan taj'aluna biha min ahlil ilmi zahiran wa batina wa tahsyuruna bi'ibadika salihin fi dunyana wa ukhrana wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Allahumma, oh Allah, our Lord, enlighten our hearts with the light of knowledge, adorn our character with gentleness and patience, open for us the doors of understanding and wisdom, and bless all that we hear and learn. Allahumma, Allah, our Lord, bless this international conference of Zhengzhen Mathematical Society 2025 and make it a gathering full of grace and goodness in which you elevate our ranks. Forgive our shortcomings and record it as goodness for us. Oh Allah, our Lord, guide us to the straight path, protect us from the evils within ourselves. Lead us toward what you love and are pleased with, and make all our deeds sincere solely for your sake. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana jam'an marhuma wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Mr. Fatan.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Bapak Fatan.
The next agenda is showing the conference video.
Agenda selanjutnya adalah penayangan video ICJMS.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of the University of Jember.
Can you see my screen, the slides? So today I'm going to talk about applied machine learning issues.
Respected Professor Dr. Depi from the University of Jember, respected rectors from the University of Jember. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Yunus. Very good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, especially Professor Dape.
Okay, good morning, very good morning to one and all present here through online. And at this juncture, I would like to thank our professor, Professor Dafik.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon there. In here still before the Fajr is not coming yet.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of the University of
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Good morning and maybe good afternoon to all invited speakers, participants, researchers, and students wherever you are.
Good morning, and I'm sorry for the delay. Now I am going to start my session. Before that, I want to thank Professor Dafik.
Today conference, because the conference is about neural network and machine learning, which is part of data science. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about application of graph theory for data science.
Prof. Slamin says about data science. Yes, indeed. Even the topics on graph neural networks lays on the hottest subfield in machine learning.
Today, I'm delighted to welcome all of you, and also would like to thank to Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs already joined offline in this meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. So first I would like to thank Professor Dafik, my friend, my brother, then Ika, Hesti, Sainur, and the entire team.
Good morning, everyone. I thank our professor, Professor Dafik, and all other members of the organizing committee of University of Jember for inviting me as a resource person for this ICJMS 2024.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to everyone. Dear Prof. Dafik, the chair of the SIKAN, and also the chair of the conference, Dr. Ika.
The next agenda is short speech from founder of Jangjeon Mathematical Society, Professor Taekyun Kim. To Professor Taekyun Kim, please welcome. To Professor Tae Kyun Kim, please welcome for the short speech. Professor Tae Kyun Kim, are you hear me? The next agenda is welcome gift of appreciation to the offline invited speaker and the photo session to Professor Davi, Professor Lokesa, and Professor Sudrajat. Please welcome.
Agenda selanjutnya, pemberian welcome gift of appreciation untuk invited speakers offline sekaligus sesi foto bersama kepada Profesor Lokesa, Profesor Sudrajat, dan Profesor Davik. Disilakan.
To Dr. Ika is kindly request to present the welcome gift of appreciation to our offline invited speakers.
Kepada Dr. Ika, disilakan untuk menyerahkan welcome gift of appreciation kepada invited speaker offline.
The next agenda is token of appreciation from Professor Lokesha. The next agenda is coffee break. To offline participant, please enjoy the dishes that have been prepared.
Agenda selanjutnya adalah coffee break. Kepada seluruh peserta offline, disilahkan menikmati hidangan yang telah disediakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Rector of the University of Jember.
Can you see my screen, the slides? So today I'm going to talk about applied machine learning issues.
Respected Professor Dr. Defik from the University of Jember, respected rectors from the University of Jember.
Semoga
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering our main agendas, the plenary session by our keynote speakers.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, kini kita akan memasuki agenda utama, yaitu sesi plenary oleh keynote speakers kita.
The first presentation will be given by Professor Virabhadraya Lokesa from Vijayanagara Sri Krishna Devaraya University, India.
Presentasi pertama akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Virabhadraya Lokesa dari Vijayanagara Sri Krishna Devaraya University, India.
The second presentation will be given by Professor Sudrajat Supian MSc PhD from University of Pajajaran, Indonesia.
Presentasi kedua akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Sudrajat Supian MSc PhD dari Universitas Pajajaran, Indonesia.
The third presentation will be given by Professor Taekyun Kim from Kwangwon University, South Korea.
Presentasi ketiga akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Taekyun Kim dari Kwangwon University, Korea Selatan.
The fourth presentation will be given by Professor Yilmaz Simsek from Akdeniz University Research Information System, Turkey.
Presentasi keempat akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Yilmaz Simsek dari Akdeniz University Research Information System, Turki.
The fifth presentation will be given by Professor Ismail Nachicangul from Bursa Yuludak University, Turkey.
Presentasi kelima akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Ismail Nachicangul dari Bursa Yuludak University, Turki.
The sixth presentation will be given by Professor Abdel Majid Bayat from University d'Evry Val d'Essen, France.
Presentasi keenam akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Abdel Majid Bayat dari University d'Evry Val d'Essen, Prancis.
The seventh presentation will be given by Professor Dr. Andes Slamin MCom SC PhD from University of Jember, Indonesia.
Presentasi ketujuh akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Andes Slamin MCom SC PhD dari Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
The eighth presentation will be given by Professor Dr. Andes Davik MSc PhD from University of Jember, Indonesia.
Presentasi ke-8 akan disampaikan oleh Profesor Dr. Andes Davik MSc PhD dari Universitas Jember, Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first day of the 37th International Conference of Zhangjiang Mathematical Society 2025. The plenary session will be chaired by Dr. Dwi Agustin Retnowardani SSI MSI from University Jember, Indonesia. To Dr. Dwi, please welcome.
Sesi plenary ini akan dimoderatori oleh Dr. Dwi Agustin Retnowardani SSI MSI dari Universitas Jember, Indonesia. Kepada Dr. Dwi, disilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the plenary session for the 37th International Conference of Jangjeon Mathematical Society ICJMS 2025. My name is Dwi Agustin Retnawardani, and it is my distinct honor and pleasure to serve as your moderator for this first part of our plenary. We have a stellar lineup of speakers ready to share their groundbreaking insight with us. In this first session, we are privileged to host 4 world-class mathematicians. The first is Professor Virabhadraya Lokesha from Vijayanagara Shri Krishna Devaraya University, India. And the second is Professor Sudrajat Supian from Pajajaran University, Indonesia. The third is Professor Taekyun Kim from Kwangwon University, South Korea. And the fourth is Professor Yilmaz Simsek from Akdeniz University, Research Information System, Turkey. Each speaker will be given 45 minutes, which includes a 40-minute talk, followed by a 5-minute question and answer session. I will be keeping time delightfully to ensure we have a smooth and timely session. To begin this inspiring session, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our first distinguished speaker, Professor Virabhadraya Lokesha from Vijayanagara Sri Krishna Devaraya University, India. Professor Lokesha is a highly accomplished mathematician with over 25 years of experience. His extensive research portfolio includes significant contribution to graph theory, spatial polynomials, and metric dimension. A prolific author, he has published more than 250 research papers and serves as an editorial board member for several prestigious international journals. His dedication to the field is truly commendable. Okay, Professor Lokesha, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I first of all thanks to Professor Dafik for inviting me for this wonderful event. And also I especially thanks to Professor Taekyun Kim is given opportunity to introduce this Professor Dafik to Jangjeon Mathematical Society. And you know that last year also I came for this Jember, and we enjoyed the hospitality given by Professor Dafik and its team and the University of Jember. I thankful to all the participants and organizers of this wonderful conference. My talk is basically related to mathematics as well as data science. I thought that this is one of the wonderful conference, not only for the restricted to one area. That's why I thought we can give a 3-dimensional structure with mathematics, chemistry, and as well as computer science. In this regard, I have chosen some of the last 20 years why we worked in the area of graphs related to topological indices and some part of chemical sciences, means mathematical chemistry. That is the one part we taken for the graph structures. And now the upcoming area of machine learning. These are the 3 important areas I chosen and combined and integrating the topological indices with machine learning, a new strategy for translating insight into the impact. This is jointly work with my one of the research scholar, Ravi Kumar. He's a computer man. We together with work with this now new area and new translation from this mathematics and computer science. My talk my flow of this talk, in the talk we explore the hybrid approach. I already mentioned the integration of the topological indices with machine learning algorithms to improve the prediction of a molecular properties. We highlight how structural insights from the topological indices, which combine with the predictive capabilities of machine learning models, can lead to more accurate and efficiency property and prediction. Several machine learning algorithms, including decision trees, support vector machines, neural networks, are applied to topological indices derived from molecular structure to evaluate their performance. The results demonstrate that ML models trained on the consistently outperform the traditional quantitative structure activity relationship, that is QSAR models, in terms both accuracy and generations. This is the in the field of mathematical chemistry, topological indices have been used in the quantity of structure of molecules, serving as valuable descriptions for a variety of molecular properties. These indices, based on the connectivity and arrangement of atom within a molecule, have provided insights into the properties such as boiling point, solvability, and toxicity, and many more. However, the complexity of the molecular system continues to increase. Traditional methods for the property prediction as limitations in terms of accuracy and stability. In the recent years, advances of machine learning techniques offer a promising solution to these challenges by leverage a large data set and complex algorithms. Machine learning can pattern in molecular data that are not easily describable by traditional method. Over the past 3 decades, numerous topological indices have been developed and validated. More than 10,000 topological indices with respect to degree-based, distance-based, neighborhood-based, and interconnected topological indices are developed. And also, it is validated some of the chemical structures, which combined with the machine learning techniques, their predictive power has been significantly enhanced. These are some of the understanding the relationship between the molecular structure, features, and its physical properties is a cornerstone of modern chemistry and biochemistry. These properties, given critical behavior such as I already mentioned many things, chemical graph theory provides a powerful framework for representing molecular structure as a mathematical graphs, enabling the extraction of meaningful descriptors known as topological indices. The rise of machine learning has revolutionized the ability to analyze complex data set and cover intricate the structural property of a relationship. In this talk, I would like to discuss some of the basic structure and some of the how the artificial intelligence and some machine learning things. I will highlight how the structural data will comes. Next. Next. You know that artificial intelligence is come into the picture in 1950s only. It is a branch of computer science by which we can create the intelligent machines which can behave like a human, think like a human, and able to make a decision. Artificial intelligence exists when a machine can a human-based skills such as learning, reasoning, and solving problem. Next. This is the structural. There are two types of artificial intelligence, type 1 and type 2. Next. That is a narrow, general, and strong. You know that the type 1 error, that is a narrow and weak AI, able to perform a dedicated task with intelligence. Example, playing chess, purchasing of suggestions, or e-commerce site, self-driving cars are the narrow weak. And general AI is a typical type of intelligence which could perform any intellectual task with efficiency like a human. Worldwide researchers are now focusing on developing with the general AI. Super AI, you know that Elon Musk is working on this. Super AI is a level of significance of systems at which the machine could surpass the human intelligence, can perform any task better than human with cognitive properties. You can observe that in our study, we are only in the second part with the mathematicians working on this. Next. Based on the functionality, reactive machines, you know that the Google AlphaGo is a best example for reactive machine. And limited memory machines can store the past experience or some data for the short period of time. This is self-driving cars are the best example of limited memory system. And theory of mind, I already mentioned, this is the one of the hot coming areas of the theory of mind, understand the human emotion, people beliefs, and able to be interact socially like humans. And self-awareness, AI is a future artificial intelligence may be observed in your Google and other things. Whatever you see in some of the things, it is coming automatically. That is the artificial intelligence thing. These machines will smarter than a human mind. Next. This is the structural artificial intelligence, then machine learning. You can see the subset, how with the deep learning, we involved in the artificial learning, then machine learning, artificial neural networks, then deep learning. These are the things will come into the picture. Next. Machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence, I already mentioned, focusing on enabling the computers and machine to imitate the way that human learn to perform tasks autonomously and improve their performance and accuracy through experience and exposure to the more data. Next. This is the seventh step, that is a combined version, that is a gathering the data, preparing the data, and choosing the model, training that model, and we can make an evaluation and hyperparameter. Sometimes the tuning is needed for the data, that is hypertuning, then you get a prediction of the, this is the seventh step of machine learning data. Next. There are three types of machine learning. One is supervised, unsupervised, and reinforced. And this is supervised machine learning. You can observe the label data in the left-hand side and labeling that cow, elephant, and camel. It is the machine learning. This model, you can put it to the algorithm, then the processing will be done. After that, you get an output because it is supervised, because label data with the labels, then you get the data will be output as it is. That is known as supervised machine learning. Next. Unsupervised means it is not mentioned that which data is observed, only you can put the input raw data, interpretation, we don't know the unknown outputs. There is no training data set. In the previous, we observed that we supervise which is elephant, which is that. Similar way, after the algorithm processing, you get the data, but it is not labeled. Next. This is reinforcement error. You know that baby is setting state of data, crawling. Depending on the situation, we can, if the baby will cry, then only we give the things. That is reinforcement learning. If the students will ask the question, then only we will answer. This is one of the best example for reinforcement learning. Next. Now we will go through the that is the some of the machine learning things we come across. Now we will make onto a mathematical, that is topological indices. Whatever the area we utilize, you know that in the 1947, in the Wiener introduced one of the basic topological indices is a connectivity index. He mentioned that it is a connectivity index, that is a distance-based topological indices is introduced in 1947. Majorly, it is useful for boiling of paraffin. That is the fundamental thing he observed in the 1947. But after in 1972, that connectivity indices become some authors are mentioned it is a Wiener index. That same connectivity index, as I mentioned, that it is a Wiener index. After that, the many important indices, some of the important indices, topological indices, that is Randic index, that is a degree, it's a branch of alkanes and isomers. It is useful. Hyperzagreb index and VL index recently in last 2021, one of my scholar introduced that is VL index. It is also a degree-based topological indices. It is useful for physical properties of octane isomer. And the Zagreb indices, many indices, that is symmetric division degree indices. In 2012, there are two important papers written by Wulfsiv in 2010, that is atom bond connectivity indices. There are two papers are written by him. Atom bond connectivity indices 1 and 2. There are 146 topological indices are tested and evaluated, that is known as atom bond. There are degree-based Adriatic indices are introduced and checked by a International Academy of Iranian Mathematical Society. That are there in that papers in symmetric division index and inverse sum in degree index. These two are the important indices in that we studied for our structure. And also we done many important relationship and many papers worked on symmetric degree division index with Gupta. Madam is no more now. He invited me in 2012 into Canada. We worked 1 month related to symmetric degree division index. And there are many other, the Ranjini and Gutman. Now Gutman is a very active man working on these topological indices. Maybe you observed that last 2024 and 25, there are many papers related to topological indices, that is in the Q1 ranking, and it is high impact factors are coming in the topological indices. There are many are there. Some few are mentioned here for the topological indices. There are mainly degree, distance, and neighborhood indices. Next. Now I come across to how the machine learning can be integrated with a topological indices. These are the data collection, data pre-processing, ML algorithm. Then we can work with a comparative study, and finally we make a prediction. This is the structure. Next. Already mathematicians are aware of the mathematical thing, the regression models, linear regression and multiple linear regression. These things can be, because instead of working in mathematically, it takes more time because it is already inbuilt characters are done in the machine learning. That's why these are the linear regression, a statistical method used to model the relationship between a dependent variable and one independent variable, aiming to find the best fitting of a straight line. And also multiple linear regression model. These are the two models already inbuilt in the machine learning models. Next. And random forests are the ensemble methods that aggregate prediction from many decision trees. They are highly robust, handle non-linear relationship, then capture the interaction between the features. Random forests are commonly used for both classification, prediction, as well as solvability. Next. And a decision tree. This is a decision tree is a type of supervised learning algorithm. I already mentioned about the supervised machine learning model. This is also one of them. It is a tree-like structure where each internal node tests on attributes, each branch corresponds to attribute value, and each leaf node represents the final decision on prediction. Next. And another ANN model, artificial neural network architecture. Neural networks, particularly used in deep learning models, are highly flexible and can capture complex and nonlinear relationship between input features. Here, in our study, we taken as topological indices as a input and molecular properties. Deep learning has increasingly applied to a large data sets. That is the one disadvantage for the mathematicians because we have a smaller data sets. Next. Support vector machines are used both classification as well as regression, and nonlinear decision boundaries are particularly useful when they're high dimensional feature space. And effective for predicting both, we will check for say toxic or versus non-toxic models. Next. GNN, graph neural networks, are designed specially to handle graph structured data and are an exciting development and molecular property prediction. This approach is shown an excellent performance in predicting molecular properties by capturing both topologically as well as spatial information. Next. K-nearest neighbors, we applied these things in our study. The K-nearest neighbors algorithm can also be applied in molecular property prediction, where molecules with similar structure, here we used in the base topological, that is a 1 hour application, are used to predict the properties of new molecule. Before training, you can see the after training, how it looks. Next. And now what are the tools are required to the machine learning? These are the machine learning requires a prediction, a combination of programming language, frameworks, some of the libraries and tools are different stages like data, pre-processing, sometimes modeling, training, and deployment. These are the three fundamental things we utilize. Program languages, mathematicians are study easily Python. That is an easy one. We can most popular with extensive machine learning libraries. R, used for statistical modeling and data. Julia, it is a fast, and Java and Scala. These are the programming languages. And we used majorly Python for our study. And machine learning and deep learning frameworks, TensorFlow, Google ML frameworks, and PyTorch is a Facebook ML library popular for research and deep learning. Scikit-learn is a great for classical machine learning algorithm like regression and clustering. Keras high-level API for TensorFlow, it is easy to use. And XGBoost and Light, this boosted tree-based ML models for structured data. Fast AI simplifies the deep learning with PyTorch. We use PyTorch in our study. Next. Data science and pre-processing tools, NumPy, efficient numerical computation, pandas. These are the fundamentals. Whoever want to study the data analytics or data science with artificial, and these are the fundamental things we must remember. Matplot library, Seaborn, OpenCV, computer vision application. Cloud platforms. These are the Google Colab. We use the Google Colab because it is a free tool, cloud-based notebook with GPUs. Google Vertex AI, managed machine learning services by Google Cloud. These are the Amazon ML model training deployment service and Microsoft Cloud ML platform. But we use, because it is a free version, Google Colab is very useful. Next. Machine learning platform and environment. These are, we already told about these things. Next. Now we will talk on a modeling of the structures of monocarbolic acid based on the topological indices derived through Python programming and apply different machine learning algorithms to predict their properties. Because we given some fundamental things, what is topological indices, what is machine learning, what is Python. Now we taken for our study, that is a monocarbolic acid, that is a graph structure. That graph structure, we make it into a graphical thing. Then some of the topological indices means that monocarbolic acid is a three-dimensional, that can we make it into a graph structure. We calculate using the Python code. We wrote the Python code for calculating the degree-based topological indices. Combined with these two, we can apply to a machine learning algorithm. Whatever the algorithms we discuss, that we will apply and check how the machine learning give the results. If we done without machine learning, it takes more than 6 to 8 months for our study. But after machine learning, we got these results within 1 week, 10 days. Within 10 days, we got the many results. Next. If this is the motivation of structure, I already mentioned, that is a property, is a fundamental in chemistry. Then classification of QSPR model uses for regression and correlation. Nonlinear pattern can be done by machine learning, improves the prediction and generalization. These are the things I already mentioned. This is the model, general model. But in our study here, I taken for study for monocarbolic acid as a graph. Next. This is a summary. You must chemistry people knows better than us. The monocarbolic acids are the fundamental compounds in both organic chemistry and biochemistry, essential for cellular metabolism and industry and daily life. These are the summary table with respect to the monocarbolic acid, with respect to the properties, how it is functional group and number of COOH groups and physical nature, solvability, acidity, reactivity. These are the some chemistry people are very aware of this, and fundamental things we studied in our primary school and high school itself, the carbolic acid, the structural properties. Now, these are the monocarbolic, because we say that monocarbolic acid means that there is not only one. There are 19 monocarbolic acids. The structures are different depending on the carbon chain length. With these are the acids, acetic and different monocarbolic acids in the 19, and its name and molecular formulas with different structure. There are 19 structures are there for our study for taking, and each structure we validate with the degree type indices. This is the carbon chain length. These are the study. This is the taken for our study for monocarbolic acids. Next. Monocarbolic acids are polar, exhibit strong hydrogen bonding, have high boiling points and water soluble as short chains, and weak acids whose acidity and solubility decreases as the chain length increases. How the physical state, boiling point, then melting point, solubility, polarity, acidity, and description related to that, and the remarks what are the where it is change. That is the occurrence of the monocarbolic. This is already existing in the literature. Next. This is the physical properties of a monocarbolic acid. We taken for the density, molecular weight, and HAPs, and reactive intensity and complexity. These are the features are done in the physiochemical properties of monocarbolic acids. Next. Now our study, because I already mentioned more than 10,000 topological indices are there. In that study, we have taken some harmonic index and ISI index and forgotten index and Gaurav index and many. These are some of the important topological indices are taken for our study. That is the structural and mathematical calculation, that is a degree-based topological indices and the mathematical representation. Next. After we study this is harmonic index, ISI, that is the calculation part. How we calculate? Depending on the degree, we calculated each indices with respect to 19 topological indices, not by hand, but we use the Python code for studying all the indices. This is the tabulated version of the topological descriptors of monocarbonic acids. Next. This is the Python code what we wrote for the calculation of topological indices. You can observe that G1, G2, G3 or G19 are you can observe that 19 monocarbonic acids, and input data PQR is given with respect to one of the graph we taken for the monocarbonic acid, the degrees corresponding to 2, 2, 3 and the adjacency and the relationship. That is the PQR we have written. Then 19 topological indices with respect to the formulas. We made all topological G1, G2, G3, G1. That is we wrote the programming. It is already available, some of them. You can apply and run in the Python programming. Instead of calculating each and every one, you get the result directly. Next. 19 monocarbonic acid, that is acetic acid to aqueous acetic acid. We studied, I already mentioned, you already seen the table, that is density, molecular weight, heavy atomic count, refractive index, and complexity, and also the descriptors. In our study, we taken 7, but we done almost 40 topological indices we have taken for our study. Some of them are not significant. Some of them are significant. Whichever is the best one, we are shown here. Next. Pearson correlation used to check the descriptor property relationship. Generally, linear regression equations are developed. That is that the mathematician knows, aware of the linear regression equation. That is molecular weight can be written. That is a linear model. You know that y is equal to a plus b into y. That is the a plus y is equal to a plus bx. That is a linear equation. Here also molecular weight is written in that form, and high correlation with molecular weight and HAC, and moderate and negative correlation with the density, and weak correlation with respect to refractive index. You know that the correlation coefficient lies between -1 and 1. You know that positive correlation as well as negative correlation coefficient. These are the general structure with respect to Pearson correlation coefficient topological indices with respect to HAC. Next. It works well with a linear correlation is a strong relation, but struggle with the nonlinear properties. And refractive index and density, limited generalization with small data. If your data is large, then it is easy. Calculation and fine tuning will be there in the machine learning. Next. These are the descriptor I already mentioned: Hyperzagreb index, ISI index, harmonic index, forgotten index. These are the input features. First Gaurav index, Banahati index, and first Zagreb index. These are the properties for the features, target, and model test: density, molecular weight, heavy atomic count, refractive index, and complexity. Linear regression, ridge regression. These are because we tested all the models, whatever we observed, that models we tested, but here we taken for our study linear regression, ridge regression, and support vector machine random forest regression. And evaluation is five-fold CV, matrices R square, RMSE, and MEAE. Next. This is already mentioned. These are the machine learning algorithms are used, but here we shown for time and restriction, only 5 are taken for our study. Next. Linear models, there are some category model, how the characterization with respect to linear models, linear, ridge and lasso are the linear models, tree-based, that is tree, decision tree and random forest. Support vector, that is SVR linear and SVR RBF, and boosting, that is the gradient boosting, ADA boost, and their characteristics are shown there. And instance based, that is KN, there are two types, that is 3, K is equal to 3 and 5, that is a non-parametrical and local pattern, simple and simple concepts. Next. This is the what we done after applying to a machine learning model, that is a linear regression, molecular weight and heavy atomic count is near perfect prediction in the one. You know that it is R square model is approximately 1, and refractive index, you can observe that it is a still weak, but nonlinear machine learning improves slightly compared to the regression model. And you can observe that actual molecular weight with respect to predictive molecular weight, actual molecular weight with respect to corresponding different topological indices. And these are the 3 gradient boosting. You can observe all the that's green and red and things. It is slightly compared to the regression models. Next. And density is a moderate improvement versus linear random forest performed best. And you can observe that actual density and predicted density for all the SVR model and ridge regression and SVR, the RBF. We have taken for all the models, but here we shown some of them, not all the things, and demonstrated with actual with respect to predicted scalar plot. You can observe the diagram, and it is R squared 0.56 and ME is 0.03. This is the thing we get quickly with respect to machine learning models. Next. And refractive index, I already mentioned, it is still weak with respect to, but nonlinear machine learning improves slightly compared to the regression model. That is decision tree. You can observe it is negatively correlated. It is minus 0.08997. And you can observe that these 3 are studies for lasso regression and SVR and decision tree, actual refractive index with respect to predictive using the topological indices. Next. These are the target properties for the complexity. You can observe that all the models, whatever the models, because instead of studying one model, we taken all the study, the linear regression, ridge regression, lasso regression, random forest. With respect to all, we check, you can observe that the darker things, that is the regression and gradient boost are the best in the performance evaluation with respect to complexity. But if you go for the molecular weight, you can observe that linear regression and ridge regression are the better results shown in our study, because not instead of one, we shown all the model, all the machine learning models. Next. This is the various machine learning models perform evaluation, that we make a table, density, molecular weight, and heavy atomic count and refractive index and complexity with the best, which because we taken all 9, 10 models and whichever one is suits best, that we make a tabulated version with respect to the table. The best model is SVR for the density, and molecular weight is a linear regression, and heavy atomic counts linear regression model, and refractive indication is decision tree, and complexity is ridge regression. You can observe with respect to the refract R square. Next. And also it is the graphs are automatically comes from the machine learning algorithm. And also with respect to the density model prediction, partial view, we can observe actual with respect to predicted density. Similarly, we done all the models. Here we shown some of them, acetic acid, and these are the compounds we have taken, actual and SVR error. You can observe the error, it is minimal error, it is 0.99, 0.9 plus will be there, and error will be very less. And these are the some models, ridge, SVR, ridge regression, and RBF. And you can observe the both, all the three models. Next. This is the performance heat map. It is automatically comes from the machine learning algorithm. You can observe that all the different types of overall algorithm ranking, error comparison, RMSE, and stability analysis with respect to the random for all the models with respect to R square score, which is shown here. Next. This is the Pearson correlation with respect to topological indices, with respect to the properties. This is the made a table observing the Pearson correlation coefficient, observing that after observing this, we say that strongly influenced by harmonic and ISI and M1, Zagreb index, first Zagreb index. These are the important in ML, and density is influenced by multiple indices. That is, negative relationship is also present, and complexity with correlated with all the indices. Next. And this is the heat maps with respect to different interfutural correlation, topological indices with respect to this, and properties. And these are the some of the graphical representation related to the heat maps. Next. After observing the data, we can say that strong correlation R is greater than 0.99, is molecular weight, heavy atomic count, complexity with most of the topological indices. Moderate negative correlation, density with topological indices. Weak correlation is 0.2. It is refractive index with all indices. Whatever we taken for study. Maybe some of the topological indices are best suited for the refractive index, because some of the VL temperature index and VL neighborhood index is the best for refractive indices in the negative correlation sometimes. Next. This is the summary. We made whatever we observed in our data, we checked and we made a table with respect to the statistical summary table, density with respect to significant, and one of them is refractive index is not significant, all others are significance shown. That make it in a tabular form. Next. This is the graphical representation with respect to a summary table. F statistical significance. These are the different version of the shown for the our study. Next. Algorithmic. After our study, we recommended some of the algorithms by property type. Means if it is excellent predictability, molecular weight, and complexity is these two, and moderate prediction, density is ridge regression, and poor predictability, refractive index requires additional, means whatever we taken for 7 topological indices, instead of that, we can take the different topological indices. I already mentioned one of them is VL neighborhood topological index is the best for the refractive index. And these are some of the key insights what after studying this monocarbonic acid for our study. Next. These are the detailed performance with respect to the distribution, error metric, many things we can study. Instead of one study, we can multiple studies can be done using machine learning algorithms, because mathematically we can work some of the statistical part in manually, it takes more time, as well as the conclusion take a more steady purpose. But these these machine learning things are given a good impact quickly with respect to the after applying to the table. The tools are ready with the tools we can apply. Next. Advancement of machine learning enhances a QSPR analysis very easy. Previously, when we started our research in topological indices, we can write 1 or 2 papers in the research related to topological indices. We need at least 3 to 4 months to work on the area. But nowadays, it comes in the fingertips. Within 1 week or 10 days, we can tested any topological indices with respect to machine learning. Suppose if you have more data are available, if you take any cancer and important drug discoveries, new drugs are coming to the market. Using that drugs, we can check predictability and verify how it can be utilized. Improve prediction accuracy for weakly correlated properties, provides a future ranking of interpretability, useful for modern drug and material design. I already mentioned we come across many things can be studied because mathematicians, that cost cutting of the drug disease, any one drug you come into the picture, it takes more time for the checking and resultant data. But we mathematicians can give a better impact using machine learning algorithms and test quickly and give a results. This is the one major applicability for the society. Next. These are some of the major areas for our topological indices in the drug discovery and development, predicting the bioactivity, toxicity, absorption, distribution, metabolism, excursion, toxicity properties for drug candidates. And material science and polymer design, we can identify new material with desired properties such as conductivity, mechanical strength, and thermal stability. Actually, I also done with some of the material science work. That is the steel, because in our Ballari, our university is located in the mining area. In that mining area, one of our scholar is done in steel industry research with respect to using machine learning. After observing that prediction thing, then we can apply these things to the drug diseases. Whatever we studied last 10, 15 years as a topological indices, that can be tested using that comes in my mind. That's why we worked on this topological indices. And environmental chemistry, predicting the environmental impacts of chemicals, including biodegradability and toxicity to adequate life. QS for modeling, topological indices combined with ML models are used to predict the biological activity of chemical compounds, guiding the design of novel drugs. Chemical manufacturing, processing design, enable predictive quality control to maintain consistent product properties. And food and flavor industry, these are the important industries. Mathematician can give some impact related to food and flavor industry, predict solubility and stability of flavoring agents and food activity. We can apply this machine learning algorithm with respect to topological indices. Next. This is some of the, that there are some constraints will be there for the testing the data. If you testing the data means there is a limited data set size, because we take a 19 or 20, the machine learning algorithm give quick results. But if you have a larger data set, larger things, then the impact will be more. And descriptor, because in graph is a major thing. Graph, we make chemical graph to a graph structure. It is a 2-dimensional, but if it is a 3-dimensional thing, that MedChem will also useful for our study for the three-dimensional structure that we can apply. And incomplete molecular, if you don't know the complexity in the three-dimensional, if you neglect some part, it becomes a electronic effects and dynamical behavior which will be affected. And model selection, that is complex or non-linear models such as ensemble methods or kernel-based SVR risk overfitting the smaller data set unless property is regularized. And experimental measurement variability, these things we must careful. Interpretability versus predictive power trade-off. Simple linear models offer interpretability but may lack of accuracy. This also important thing we must observe. These are some of the challenges. Wherever the challenges are there, definitely you have an opportunity for our study. That you must remember. Next. These are the some conclusion we can enhancing the predictive accuracy, modeling complex relationship, importance of model tuning, scalability of framework, acceleration of chemical innovation, promise of advanced method, and bridge theory and practice. These are the some of the things we observed in our conclusion. And also the mathematician, because some of the already existing algorithms are there, we can improve the algorithm with combining the many machine learning algorithms to combine and predict and accurate that algorithms. That can also be fine-tuned and apply. Then you get an accurate new machine learning algorithms can also be developed. These are the some of the areas we can concentrate, because topological indices with machine learning come around 2024 June onwards. Last 1 year it is started machine learning algorithms for topological indices. You have a better future. You can work more on this area. Next. How it is impacted in the area of topological indices. These things we mentioned in the previous. And topological indices with physiochemical exam for COVID-19 therapy, that also we taken for study using preparation. We use simple mathematical calculation. That can be applied to a using machine learning algorithm with different topological structures can be applied. These are some of the LHCM polynomial analysis and intelligence. So this is under our team is working on towards using machine learning algorithm. Next. Some of the immune deficiencies that also taken for our study for purpose of chemical analysis, chemical model. That's why we take the paper. And physiochemical significance of topology patterns of this well discovered with the mercury, chemical, there are given a structural things. That's why that we are going to study. And therapeutic, there's a general anti-cancer thing. This is the first paper observed for the initial exam paper. And recently, our team also done some work on cardiovascular diseases through degree-based approach. Why we can take degree-based approach? Because degree-based approach is a very simple structure. We can calculate things. But the combination of neighborhood, as well as distance is very complicated, and we get accurate more. Now we are trying on the different structural forms of a topological indices machine learning and blood cancer treatment. The recent paper we can observe Mr. Man. And these are some of the content papers you get study from the machine learning as well as the mathematical models. So these are some basic papers to study with respect to integrate the topological indices with respect to machine learning. These are some of the things, machine learning things you can use the links, introduction of machine learning, and the type of participant. You get some idea related to machine learning and artificial testing.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Lokesha, for the fascinating and insightful presentation with the title Integrating Topological Indices and Machine Learning, a New Strategy for Translating Insight into Impact. We now have a 5 minutes question and answer session. If you have any question, please raise your hand for the online and offline participants.
Yeah, moderator, can I have some questions to Professor Lokesa? It is very interesting what topic actually when we are talking about topological indices and when we are searching about the indices, then you apply machine learning. Could you give me more description about the specific goal of using machine learning, especially you mentioned about graph neural networks, whether it is the level of task is not level prediction, especially in graph you think about vertex level prediction or length or age level prediction, or the third one is graph level prediction. Since when we have graph as a data source, it is considered is as a non-Euclidean sources. When we have, for example, image or signal, when we use this as a data source, normally we extract and we convert into a grid or a path in a graph theoretic meaning. But in this case, when we are talking about topological indices, we consider a graph as a data source, meaning it is considered to be non-Euclidean source. Now, normally we need vertex embedding or edge embedding and so on. But I didn't see in your slide about this description. Please give more description of that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
What we can close. That's the there is a can one software we are learning on to do. But we can initially what we done in the last 10 years. that we are testing. That listed this is the matching that problem. Otherwise, simply we go to the market, test the they don't get things. That's why first we checking our previous business as well as basic learning. This manufacturer has been published in 2022. Same research, same grant. We applied and checked the machine learning. That time and other things we checked now. Now we have the machine learning algorithm. There is some correction, you can say we can upgrade data set with there. We know that three-dimensional structure become a two-dimensional structure. After the chemical structure become deep, but when we say a two-dimensional, here in the that's why now we make we can combine the relationship. The algorithms can also be improved. That's why now in our next task we are dealing with the combination of two algorithms, because there is a direct algorithms, direct market things are there. We simply applied and tested now. Now our next whatever you told, the labeling or matching things can be done, then we can make a practical prediction. That's why that things are now into the picture. Now we made a combination of what we can make a best thing. And time management is also important. That's why we apply to the machine learning. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Lokesa.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the time we have for questions. Let's give another round of applause to Professor Lokesa.
Thank you. Thank you for giving an opportunity to give some of my views related to mathematics and machine learning. The new technology is coming. That's why I thought this is the best combination, because many research scholars are there and many students are in the audience. That's why I choose this new dimension of mathematics and computer science. Thank you for giving an opportunity for coming here and delivering my talk. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Defik and all the organizing team. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we entering our next presentation, we will appreciate the keynote speaker by giving him certificate to Professor Virabadraya Lokesa. Thank you to Professor Virabadraya Lokesa for the fantastic presentation. This is your certificate as the keynote speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is proud representative from Professor Sudrajat Supian from University of Pajajaran, Indonesia. Professor Sudrajat Supian is a professor of mathematics in University of Pajajaran. He is a leading expert in optimization and operations research. He holds an MSc in Industrial Engineering from ITB and a PhD in Mathematics from the University of Bucharest, Romania. He is not only an esteemed academic, but also a key leader in the mathematical community, serving as the president of the Indonesian Operations Research Association, or IORA, and an active member of the Indonesian Mathematical Society. Professor Sudrajat Supian, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Honorable Dekan of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Jember University, and all invited speaker in this community, and thank you very much for your invite. Yeah. Okay, I will in decision. I will presentation with ride hailing matching with uncertain travel time. A novel interval value Fajr multi-objective linear programming approach. Nah, the first, I will presentation for a profile in Universitas Pajajaran. Okay. Uni Pajajaran born September 11, 1957. Yeah. And they have 16 faculty. There was Faculty of Livestock, Faculty of Humanities, Faculty of Law, Medical School, Faculty of Nursing, Faculty of Geological Engineering, Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Dentistry, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, yeah. Faculty of Agriculture, Industrial Technology, Faculty of Fishery and Faculty of Psychology, Faculty of Economic and Business, Graduate School. The graduate school is focused for multidiscipline and vocational faculty. Yeah, there is 16 faculty in Universitas Pajajaran. And then this is our campus. This is the main campus in Central of West Java in Bandung. And this is a second campus in Jatinangor. This is full of activities and academic. But in Bandung, this is focused for multidiscipline program. Universitas Pajajaran, they have 5 campus. Yeah, 5 campus. Bandung, and ini di Jatinangor, and the third campus in Arjasari. This is a special natural laboratories. And then in Kampus Jatinangor, there are a laboratorium central laboratory, and then this is Pajajaran University and Serengate. Yeah, this is a situation in campus Pajajaran University. Okay, outline for my presentation. The first introduction, methodology, interval PUI-PT number, multi-objective, linear programming, proposed algorithm, yeah, discussion, yeah. Sorry, problem statement, yeah, problem statement, methodology, and then case study and result, yeah, discussion and conclusion. This is outline a presentation. The first, mathematical modeling. What is the mathematical modeling? Well, yeah, the first, mathematical is the science to be used to analyze the natural around. Yeah, natural phenomena around us can be formulated through mathematical. This universe can also be formulated in mathematical formulation. Yeah. The need for mathematical modeling in dealing with real-world problem is increasingly necessary because the complexity of the problem faced is increasing. Mathematical modeling is very reliable tool for solving various problems. Mathematical can solve real problem to model where the basis of the model, the basis of the model is scientific and art, yeah, and scientific art. For example, as stated by Sophia Pansiltna, he said, it is impossible to be mathematician without being a food. Yeah. As we know, almost all Muslim scientific figure, yeah, all Muslim scientific figure understand mathematics and art. Yeah. For example, Al-Farabi, mathematician, philosopher, and musician. Al-Farabi is a discoverer of music notes. Yeah. And then in this topic of this presentation is transportation. What is the transportation? Yeah. Transportation is the movement of people or good services from one place to another place. Yeah. Mathematical modeling has become a very reliable tool for solving word problem transportation, include transportation online. Yeah. Yeah. For example, mean of transportation, this is the traditional transportation, yeah, and modern transportation. Traditional transportation, this is this traditional transportation, this developed in era Industrial Revolution 1 until Industrial Revolution 2. And modern transportation, era Industrial Revolution 3 until 4. Yeah, 4.0. And now, online transportation, this is era Revolution 4.0. Yeah. And conventional transportation or modern transportation era Industrial Revolution 3.0 until 4.0. Online transportation is based, internet-based transportation. Yeah. And then there are more company for transportation online. For example, Grab and Gojek. This is a large customer, yeah, online transportation in Southeast Asia. Proposed by Sandler 2019, Bangkok Post 2020, Customer News and Business Channel 2020. For example, this data companies Grab and Gojek, this is popular in Indonesia, using their services 183 million, for Gojek 170 million, and driver partner 2.8 million, and for Gojek 2 million, yeah, 2.0 billion. And we take the data in 2020, into 2025, and Grab monthly activities user more than 45 million, for Gojek 22.4 million, and driver partner is more than 5.0 million, and for Gojek 3 million. Now, there are two types of the system used in online based transportation. The first is ride hailing, and the second ride sharing. In this paper, we will discuss type of ride hailing transportation. What is the ride hailing? The customer order a car from an application, a smartphone application. In this case, it is similar to taxi service. The application send their location and request to nearby driver who can decide if they want to accept the ride. If they accept the ride, the customer can see the car in their application as it rides toward them, and the time it will take for the car to arrive. They also see information about the ride, such as a number plate, number, and the name of the driver. And then ride hailing services, yeah, this is a platform like Grab and Gojek are widely used. And important efficient matching of passenger and driver is crucial. Yeah. And then challenge uncertain in travel time complicates the matching process. Yeah. And develop a novel approach using interval value PUI-PT number to improve matching under uncertain. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next. Problem statement. Uncertainty in travel time. Travel time can be unpredictable due to the traffic condition. A goal minimize total travel time for passenger. Maximize the quality of service provided by the ride-hailing platform. And then, what solution for this problem? Use a multi-objective linear programming model with interval value PUI-PT number to handle this goal under uncertainty. And then the state of the art. Yeah. proposed by Alonso Mora et al. 2015. Yeah, fleet size, passenger capacity, waiting time, travel delay, operational cost, and methodology. It used methodology linear programming. And then Guo et al. 2020. Demand uncertain vehicle rebalancing service availability driver customer matching, and use methodology robust optimization. And then Jan et al. The problem of dynamic electric ride hailing, charging need range, and safety travel distance, and use the methodology mixed integer linear programming and nonlinear programming. Megantara et al. Yeah, uncertain travel time, travel delay time, full consumption service level. Use methodology PUI-PT linear programming. And then in this paper, methodology for this ride hailing, this is multi-objective integer programming with hierarchical approach. And then Joe et al. The problem dynamic ride sharing, fair pricing, user choices, mode choosing. This is methodology, multi-objective linear programming, etc. And sorry. Proposed the Sudrajat Spian et al. Uncertain travel time, driver workload, service level, and then for future research, this is PUI-PT, fully PUI-PT linear programming, and then 2024 until 2025, fully PUI-PT optimization model. And then 2025 until 2026, fully PUI-PT optimization programming, nonlinear programming, sorry. This is state-of-the-art and future research for our research. This research is collaboration with University Sultan Hon Malaysia, Universitas Pajajaran, and Government of Republic of Indonesia. Now, read hailing service, read hailing service model have been widely developed, such as Yan et al. 2020. I think it breaks a moment. Problem. Okay, next. The objective is to maximize total reward to colleagues from the matching, and constraints are to ensure that its rider driver could be matched with at most one driver and rider. The detailed mathematical formulation is as follows: denote N and M as the set of rider nodes, and driver node is the same bets respectively. The binary decision variable XYZ equal 1 if rider I and driver G are matched, and 0 otherwise. The reward of matching rider Y with driver G is denoted by RIG. Then the matching problem could be formulated as an integer programming below. Nah, Yan et al. Yeah, he, he have model this model. And then this integer programming formulation could be solved efficient using the linear programming relaxation or directly Hungarian algorithm. And the objective is to minimize the aggregated and root time. We could set Rij equal M in M minus eta Yg in equation 1, where eta Ig is the n root time from above all potential and root time in consideration. For example, M more than equal maximize xy element n and j element m. Yeah. For a large geographical region, we could partition the entire region into several small area and solve the matching problem separately for each area to achievement faster computation. To overcome uncertain variable in the Yan et al. Model, can we use a fuzzy approach? Yeah, the fuzzy approach. Interval value fuzzy number. Yeah. Definition fuzzy number is that include a range interval to represent uncertainty. Can represent uncertainty more flexibility than single value fuzzy number. Useful for modeling scenarios with inherent variability such as travel time. An application model travel time as an interval value fuzzy number to capture the uncertainty. Multi-objective linear programming problem formulation yang combine multiple objective into a single optimization model. Yeah, use interval value fuzzy number to represent uncertain parameter. Objectives: minimize total waiting time for a passenger. Minimize the number of abandoned requests, yeah, unserved passenger. And constraint: ensure each passenger is matched with a driver or marked as unserved. Now, proposed algorithm, step 1, define the problem using interval value fuzzy number, formulate the multi-objective linear programming model, apply the weighted sum method to aggregate the objectives, solve the model using appropriate optimization technique. Yeah, handling fuzzy number, convert fuzzy number convert fuzzy number to simple form the facilitate solving. Use reformulation technique to simplify the optimization problem. Now, and then we make the theorem 1. Yeah, this theorem for the red hailing. Now, theorem 1 outline a method for ordering level. Interval value trapezoidal fuzzy number employing the concept of comparing fuzzy number through time distance ranking. Okay, the breaks this moment. Okay, to continue. Okay, by using theorem 1, and after simplification, we have the following model. This is a goal, yeah. This is a goal or objective function, yeah. Optimization, you minimize to total waiting time and embedded request. And then the second, this is a constraint, stipulates that each vehicle can be assigned to at most one request, yeah, PUI-PT over commitment and optimizing, yeah, resources allocation. And equation 3, constraint ensure that each request is matched with only one vehicle, yeah, maintaining the integrity of the matching system. Constraints, for this constraint serve to regulate the outcome of the matching process by enforcing that each request must either be matching with a vehicle or abandon. And the pipe constraint, this is a decision variable. The decision variable, there is an interval 0 until 1, yeah. Okay, the set used in the model are I, a set of requests, J, a set of available vehicle. And parameter used in the model are T, Ij, waiting time when request I is matched with the vehicle J or driver J. And delta Ij P, uncertain factor T that affect waiting time when request I is matched with the vehicle G. And lambda uncertainty level 1 until 0. Yeah. Now, decision variable in the model are XYZ element 0, 1, which answered the question. Is a request I match with vehicle J or driver J? And Y I element 0, 1 answer the question is request I abundant, yeah. And then numerical example. This is a setup 10 driver develop maximum waiting time for passenger 5 minutes. Batching requests are grouped every 0.5 minutes. Optimization run the matching algorithm in each batch. Data, yeah. The data, I take taxi trip in Manhattan on January 15, 2024. Now, why? Because data in Indonesia until now, yeah, not yet the data real, yeah, for transportation online. Data are available in publicly accessible repository. This is address in taxi trip in Manhattan on January 15. Now there is a comparison of model, determination model, average waiting time, 0.80 minutes, number of requests served 1,509, Paji model average waiting time 0.85 minutes, number of requests several 1,418. Variant in waiting time deterministic model 0.52, Paji model 0.74. Now, distribution of driver job, deterministic model variant of 0.34, Fuzzy model variant of 0.32. Yeah. And result, we see the graphic, yeah. Number of job, number of driver for deterministic and interval value Fuzzy model. Yeah. This is a result for process in Python software. Yeah. Analysis of results, performance comparison, deterministic model cannot adapt to change in traffic condition. Fuzzy model, yeah, adapt to changing traffic condition, providing more reliable match. Benefit of the fuzzy approach, better handle uncertainty in travel time, provides and more realistic model of the travel time. Nah, discussion fuzzy model, so slight increase in average waiting time, overall better handling of uncertain compare the deterministic model. Your model assumption might not always holds true. Need for real-world testing to validate result. Okay, interpretation, limitation, and implication. Improve customer satisfaction, better resource allocation. Now, conclusion, kemarin. Develop a new approach using interval value Fuzzy number. Yeah, apply the approach to the ride-hailing matching problem, demonstrated better handling of travel time uncertainty. Contribution, enhance decision making under uncertain, potential application in other domain such as logistic and supply chain. Apply the method more complex problem, develop novel approach to solve interval value Fuzzy multi-objective non-linear programming. This is for next research. Yeah, conduct real world implementation and testing. This is a topic for ride-hailing transportation online and reference. This is some reference selected. The first, Donovan, they work in New York City taxi trip data, and then Sudajat, Subianto, and then this is novel interval Fuzzy multi-objective linear programming, MDPI, mathematics 2024. Yeah. And Sudajat Subian, ride-hailing problem under waiting time uncertainty using interval value. Fuzzy quadratic, the International Journal on Global Optimization and its application. Yeah. And acknowledgement, the funding Indonesian Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, the collaboration Universitas Pajajaran, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, and then IMARC, the organizer Regional Conference on Engineering Mathematics 2024, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and ICJMS 2025, organizer International Conference of Young Mathematical Society 2025, University of Jember. This is acknowledgement in this paper. And then before finish presentation, I have some information and promotion for audience. Yeah. In our department, we have a master and doctoral program in mathematics. Yeah. Pajajaran University, Fakulti Matematik and Natural Science Universitas Pajajaran. This is our scholarship program for doctor program and magister program, research fund possible by application and registration. This is address for registration. Yeah. And qualification for doctor program, this is accreditation unggul ya. In Indonesia accreditation unggul and master program the same. Accreditation unggul ya. Okay, I will registration for program doctor and magister in our department. Yeah. I will for all in audience. This is conference. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your appreciation and thank you very much for organizer in this conference. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. We will now open the floor for question for the next 5 minutes. Please raise your hand if you have any question for the online and offline participants.
This is a real word, yeah, real word. Every day, yeah, every day we use the transportation online, yeah. Yeah. Okay, any question? Okay.
Good morning, Professor. You've given a wonderful talk related to operation research with some of the applications related to fuzziness. Actually, this combination of blend with respect to whatever you given operation work, then fuzziness. There is the slight change after the normal as well as fuzziness. There is an impact between the operation research after the fuzzy. The variance become change. How it impacts to the general, because you told that 0.45 and 0.5, I observed some of the things. Okay. What is the major relation between the fuzzy?
Okay.
Yeah. This is my question.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a good question. And the real word and the real system, yeah, the real system. This is a process queuing system. Yeah, this is a process queuing system. The customer one, this is call to driver one. If driver one is busy, this is a change to another driver, and then the driver the first. This is a distance driver to customer, and then time, yeah, distance and what how time the stay driver to customer, and then this system, and then the system and there are uncertain parameter or uncertain variable which time, yeah, time, distance, but cost is not problem. The cost is the stable, yeah. In Faji number, yeah, we develop for variable or parameters uncertain. Yeah. And then for this model only on linear programming. And for the next research, yeah, I will develop to linear programming with PUI-PT and non-linear programming with PUI-PT. And for next, we can choose to for implementation in our country. But this is very, very difficult because data in our country is very, very difficult. Yeah. And for next, I think this is we can implementation in our country. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. A big thank you once again for Professor Sudrajat Supian. Sorry, sir. Prof, there is another question from the online participant. I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. Sir, I would just like to ask question. How does the uncertainty level lambda influences the model decision? Hope am I audible? May I repeat my question, please, sir?
Yeah, it is audible.
Okay. Sir, can I proceed with my question?
Please, once again.
Yeah. How does the uncertainty level lambda influences the model's decision or model's efficiency, sir? Is it the weight applied to uncertainty parameter or does it modify the objective or the constraints of the model?
Can you repeat your question?
Sir, you have in the, I think from fourth slide from the last, you have mentioned the lambda. I just want to take a clarification. How does the uncertainty level lambda influences the model's decision or model's efficiency?
Madam, it is model efficiency only it is change, not the uncertainty things.
Okay. So, and also it is mentioned that Tij, which represents the practical term of which is related to time. Am I right, sir?
Yes, yes, correct.
Yes. So how was the waiting time is calculated or estimated for each request or, pair of vehicles?
That is dynamical system. Maybe it changes.
So it is not stationary, so that it is non-stationary, right, sir?
That's why sir is telling it can be applied to Indonesia is very difficult. In the
Yeah, that is what, sir. Because when we expect huge traffic,
yeah.
That is a major factor. That is why I raised that question, sir. That's all, sir. That's all from my side.
Yourself. Stand. Your name and.
Sir, myself is Dr. Kumuda. I know Lokesh sir very well, and it was a nice presentation, Lokesh sir, especially when you spoke about the machine learning and topological spaces because it is a booming subject now. And it is also a very good explanation given by Dan Graff sir. So I am really enjoying the conference and it is very informative also. So I'm working for Bharati College Postgraduate and Research Center.
I'm pleased to see you and to meet you, Kumuda Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now move.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we entering our next presentation, we will appreciate the keynote speaker by giving him certificate to Professor Sudrajat Supian, MSc, PhD. Thank you to Professor Sudrajat Supian, MSc, PhD for the fantastic presentation. This is your certificate as the keynote speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our third distinct speaker. It is my great pleasure to invite Prof. Taekyun Kim from Kwangwon University, South Korea. Professor Kim is a towering figure in the world of number theory and spatial functions. His groundbreaking work, particularly on Bernoulli numbers and polynomials, Euler functions, and symmetric identities, he has earned him international acclaim. He is a prolific researcher whose work continues to influence and inspire mathematicians around the globe. Please welcome Professor Taekyun Kim. Professor Taekyun Kim, can you hear me? Please unmute your Zoom. Professor Kim? Can you hear me, Prof? Professor Kim? Okay, Professor Kim, can you hear me, Prof? Please unmute your Zoom, Prof, so we can hear you. Professor Kim. Okay, we will move to our another keynote speaker. We have Prof. David here.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Instead of Professor Dr. Kiang Kim, I will present my research topic currently in graph neural networks. So this is in conjunction, in accordance with Professor Lokesa, that's he already present about the machine learning. So because machine learning now is getting the hottest topic, especially for a graph neural network. So what is a graph actually? So you have already known about the graph. Representative could be in social network, food web, for example, economic. In food web, there is a food chain. One animal will be a predator to other animal, as the other is a prey. And if we draw up, if we figure up, then it will be a graph. Knowledge graph, citation network, and underground networks. Also represented by a graph theoretic meaning. So this is that we have right now graph neural network. This is actually subdomain of artificial neural networks. Professor Lokesa already said that there is an artificial intelligence. The subdomain of artificial intelligence is machine learning. Subdomain of machine learning is artificial neural network. And yes, indeed, in artificial neural network, we have a graph neural network. So we are working a lot on this topic. Whatever the source is not in Euclidean source, if it is represented by graph, then we implement graph neural network to do a simulation or interpretation. So this is definition of a graph. I believe in the combinatoric courses, soon we will describe about this structure. What is a graph? By graph, we mean a structure of a set G containing vertex set and edge set, where Vg is a finite non-empty set element called vertices, and Ag is a set possibly empty. Yeah, possibly empty. And we call edges. The representation of the adjacency is called matrix of adjacency, where the element of Aij and where Aig is 1 if Vi, Vg is an edge, if 0, otherwise. Zhu Liangli and Zi Zhu 2020 introduced a graph neural network. Why is it behind that? The reason, a complex domain have a rich relational structure which can be represented with a graph. Modeling relationship, we will achieve a better performance on doing clustering, classification, or prediction, or forecasting. So this is a graph, yeah. So someone here, yes, student also now, this is a graph. There is a non-directed, this is the top left side, and there is also directed. And even there is mixed graph. So if we have an arc, as well as we have an edge coming together into a picture, so this is considered to be mixed graph. So for simple graph, we do not have a loop. So this is here, we have a loop. This is a multiple graph. Yeah. So there are a lot of and plenty application of graph. For example, graph coloring for scheduling, local vertex anti-magic coloring for developing a smart urban farming, and map coloring. Map coloring also for scheduling and others. We already have some activities of doing research in regard with this kind of thing. So this is a simple application of graph representation into what we call urban farming, or we call what here is yes, companion farming. So if we have alternate type, what plantation type of uh, urban farming, then we will consider it is actually a graph. For example, in this case, the first vertex is a certain type of a plantation. Different vertex, the second vertex is a different type of a plantation, again, and so on. Then if we extend, then it is considered to be a path. So given that in agriculture, how do we develop a planting layout, for example, then so far the planting layout is in a grid type. But actually, with a graph representation, we can modify, and then we can choose a planting layout to be like this one, crackers, connected cracker, for example. And if when we have a prism, we have a triangular ladder, triangular grid planting layout. So in the type of a vertex, in the type of vertices, then you can plant, you can cultivate some type of the plantation. Okay, what is graph neural network? I believe I just skip this one because this already introduced by Professor Lokesa. And then also, in this case, we consider deep learning when we have at least two or more hidden layers. So for the first type of the artificial neural network, it is not considered to be deep learning. But if we have a lot of more than two hidden layer, then we call it is deep neural network. This is also just like a bipartite graph. How does artificial neural network architecture work for image classification, for example? If you have a certain leaf with a specific disease, for example, and then we need to classify whether this is healthy leaf or whether it is mosaic viruses, and then we normally extract the features of the image leaf into a grid. And after that, by extracting the feature into matrices, and then we proceed by using deep neural network. In this case, normally we use CNN. So this is convolutional neural networks. Now, when people talking about the features extraction from features into image, normally they say they are extracting the feature into this image. This is considered to be grid. When you have a speech as a signals, for example, text, speech, and then we convert into a path in a graph. So this one is considered to be Euclidean sources. Euclidean sources. This is just like a geometric, yeah. But whatever if the source is a network. This is that type of graph source data. So if the network is a source of data, then this is considered to be non-Euclidean source. So for Euclidean shows, classical artificial neural network toolbox become ineffective for this case. So that's why we need to have a graph neural network. So this is the definition. Graph neural network are type of a machine learning algorithm that can extract important information from network to make useful prediction. So I already asked to Professor Lokesa about this one, and then it could be for a future collaboration because we also working with graph neural network. In the goal of a graph neural network is node level prediction and link level prediction and also graph level prediction. So that's why by using graph level prediction, normally we can classify whether a drug is poisonating or not. So because drug is containing the molecular structure. For link level prediction, for example, in social media, if you have find some social friend recommendation, for example, if you interact with the Facebook and everything, and then finally, suddenly you get, do you know him? Do you know her? Do you know? This is just like link level prediction. So this is also using graph neural network. So let me give you an illustration for the graph neural network. For example, we have this kind of structure of the relationship. Then we have already now what uh, we need. We have two classes. Namely, class 1 is green and 0 is a red. Yeah. So the probability is already known, already given there. If it is green, the probability of Y7 is 1. Probability is Y6 is 1. If it is 0, then we have this one vertex 1, vertex. The gray ones are some node which have not been considered yet, the class. And then which, the question is, are the green one, a specific vertex belong to what the gray one belong to green one or belong to red one. This is in the media social. This is just like a friendship in the media social. So by using a graph neural network, technically we can do some iteration, yeah, iteration 1, iteration 2, and we calculate, and finally we get some what value of each nodes. For example, PY here, example here, PY, the score, the value of PY after implementing the specific task, we have 0.73. Then we consider the node vertex 5 belong to vertex 7, since the value after calculation it is 0.73. So we just convert into the upper part. Yeah. Okay. Now, so after this, then we calculate all, and then we have this what fact that nodes 4, 5, 8, and 9 belong to a class 1, and only node 3 belong to a class 0. That's in the friendship recommendation system. They are working such this kind of graph neural network by using vertex prediction task. Now, let us try to a little bit formulate into a formal representation. So if we have this kind of a graph, for example, one vertex, suppose it is people, it is a man or it is a woman. Of course, in one vertex, they have a features. They have a features. The features could be hobby, in which university are they graduated, and also are they already having a job, for example, and what type of the salary that's already have. That's in the Fairtech, they has a features. So finally, and then we need to do a embedding process for having, for transferring from high dimensional data into a two-dimensional type of data. Then we call this node embedding. Node embedding. So node embedding actually, we need to have from original network, that is that we call data source from a graph, and then we encode, and then finally we have a embedding space which is less than the less dimension than the original network, because in original network normally we have data in every vertex. So that's why I believe it will be very interesting if after this we can discuss with Professor Lekesa about the topological in this graph, because we have embedding space, embedding process already. Yeah, and then by this one, actually, what in copying of this type of strategy, the embedding, this is a convolutional neural network, yeah, from image processing, for example. And then we have this kind of strategy. So we have input graph, we have a graph neural network, we choose one vertex, and then we consider, we observe the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer, according to the adjacency of a graph, and then we can have a node embedding process. So this is a prediction. Yeah. So input graph, input, we can split. We can split out data set into a training, validation, and test set. So the training and validation and test set also some normally we just choose for training 70% of the data, and data from the data source which is formed into which is formed as a graph. Yeah. Okay. So this is the embedding process. We consider the adjacents. We consider the adjacents. If we have 5 vertices, for example, vertex 1, vertex 2, vertex 3, and vertex 4, every vertex has a features, then it will form a matrices. And how to transform matrices element, matrices dimension into a vector dimension. So this is actually the process of the node embedding. Because after we have a fully connected graph in a vector, then we can implement artificial neural network. So this is the goal of the embedding from the graph representation, and then we will transform into a vector, which is a feature representation after embedding result. Yeah. Okay, so this is from this kind of thing. Of course, this is considered to be high dimensional graph because every vertex has a features. Then we transform, and then we have a vector. When we have a vector, then we can study about classification. We can study about visualization. We can analyze about the regression and everything. It is possible by using artificial neural network. So this is so far graph neural networks types already developed, people working on that. Graph convolutional neural network, graph recurrence network, graph attention network, and so on. There are a lot of things. And then you are welcome if we can have a collaboration in this case. Yeah. Okay. So I believe this, and I just skip. Professor Lokesa already also talked about this one. Now, spatio-temporal graph neural network. So this is that we already have been working on this, and then we have some publication arising from this study. So what is spatio-temporal graph neural network? This is just a recent type of the research interest introduced by Haj Hui Nambu and also Hang Suk Ye Applied Intelligence Journal 2020. STGNS is a type of neural network specifically developed for analyzing data that the data itself both spatial and temporal component. So this is also what uh, uh, introduced in this in this thing about the classical statistic and machine learning model are two major representative of data drive. In time series analysis, autoregressive integrated moving average, AREMA, and its variant are one of the most consolidated approach based on classical statistics. However, this type of model is limited by stationary assumption of time sequence and fail to take spatio-temporal correlation into account. This is the strength of the graph neural network. So in graph neural network, we consider the adjacency. So that's why it is what giving the prediction of the graph neural network is more accurate compared with the autoregressive integrating moving average. He said something like this. This is there are a lot of time, a lot of type of the graph neural network model. Yeah. Okay, let me introduce our research combined combined STGNN with the with the anti-magicness of the labeling of a graph, yeah, to have a planting layout and everything. Yeah. Suppose we have a planting layout on specific fang fit with above specific graph. The spatial temporal data source depicted above, yeah, for example. Then we have data observation 1, data observation 2, up to data observation 7, 15, for example. So if we consider 15 is a week, then 15 weeks. If we consider 15 is a month, it will contain 15 months. But in this type of the planting layout, there are a lot of type of plantation type that we can cultivate. So for example, in this case, we have many this type of cultivation plantation according to the coloring that we have here, local and the magic coloring of graph. Yeah, so we combine. So let me say to you that every vertex has this kind of features. So when we observe in this vertex itself, and then for example, T1, T plus 1, T plus M, up to the how many days that people will observe about the data. So it is considered to be a big data, of course. Yeah, because there are a lot of data that we can, yeah. By multi-time series forecasting, yeah, normally when we have machine learning to do that, they can do training, and they can do also a prediction for the time ahead, for example. So this is STGNN for precision agriculture. A study on local and the magic coloring as planting layout. So when we have this result of the labeling of graph, and finally we know that the label something like this. So 25 here is a week of the two adjacent vertices. 29 is a week of two adjacent vertices. How many type of week? Of course, we can calculate 25, 29, there are 2, 31, there are 3, and then 27, there are 4. Meaning, if we have 4 type of weeks of local anti-magic age anti-magic coloring, then we can place the type of a sensor in different places as many as 4. For example, here, this is the sensor. Previously, we do not know how to place the sensor. Even we place the sensor, the smart sensor, into type of the plantation. It is sometimes wasting energy, wasting time also, very costly. Yeah, if we put all the sensor in this one. By having this kind of thing, yeah, okay, this is the algorithm. Then we can have a sensor here. I just skip See, like this, that is a sensor. Yes, because we have four type of label, then we have four sensor. So how do we have this one? This is come from the complicated like lemma of theorema. We already do this one. This is even we also tell in this paper about the embedding process, but it is in mathematical set. I believe this is sometime interesting, but need time to focus about this. But let me show you again when we have the number of weeks type. Is this here 25, 29, and then again 25, 29, because it is a local anti-magic. The property is the adjacent edges should be distinct, should have different colors. So that's why we have two sensor. And from this sensor, then we observe the sensor send the data into mobile phone by using ThinkSpeak, and then we can generate the data. It is streaming. Yeah, it is streaming. The data can be sent to a mobile phone from this mobile phone, and then finally we put the data into assets. When we have a data set, then we can choose 70% for training, and so the rest is for validation or for testing. So we have this kind of thing. Of course, behind that, we need to write a code. Otherwise, we couldn't run this one. So line graph planting layouts. Yeah. And then this is the adjacency. And then this is the companion plan adjacency matrices. Yeah. Okay, and then we can predict. For example, in this study, we would like to predict to like 2 weeks or 3 weeks ahead of soil, which is NPK soil content. And this is nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, or for example. This is just a data set test. Yeah. And then finally, we can have a training and testing process of soil NPK content of companion plant data set of type 11. For example, here, so this is a quite approximate the ground truth and the result of the forecasting. Yeah. So this is also the multi-step time series forecasting or soil NPK content of companion plant of type 11. Yeah. So and finally, I believe it is also similar in any type of study. And finally, you should consider whether the RMSA may accuracy or R square or something like this compare with the historical average, autoregressive integrated moving average, SVR, support factor regression, GCN, graph neural network, GRU, great recurrence network, and we study about spatial temporal graph neural network in any indicator show the best performer for STGNN. So that's why STGNN is the best right now for to do what we call a multi-step time series forecasting. So this is also I found in Professor Lokesa in terms of effort, numbers, and loss of efficiency, then STGNN is very low in the bottom what level for the RMSEC. Yeah. Also, STGN and the black one is also very low. So the convergent history mean they are very less compared with each other. So in the future, I believe for open problem, still graph neural network is very interesting. And also right now, it is wider study of machine learning, and not only analyzing and developing a coding, the next task also how to deploy the machine learning code and then deep learning code, either it is graph neural network code, such that it is implementable, applicable to a real world problem. So this is the future task of our case. So that's why in our research group, now currently also we write a code and then we develop a GUI interface, graph user interface. That's why the normal people and general people can use easily how to do this because people normally need to have some interface which is easily used for a specific purpose. So I believe thank you very much for this what kind of thing. It is also I believe very important for having research collaboration for the future. Thank you. I give it back to moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Dafiq, for the presentation. Any question from the participant, for online participant and offline participants?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Dafiq. Actually, we work on many issues, but you also done one of the wonderful algorithm networks, spatio-temporal graph neural networks. Maybe I have some connection related to this. Maybe you told about the whatever in my mind. I told some of the two-dimensional, three-dimensional thing. That is also one modeling we can make a relationship. Then maybe two-dimensional to three-dimensional. Then the topological indices, maybe we will get better results.
Yes,
That is the one idea what we observed maybe. I'm not thought about these things. This is the wonderful amalgamation you gave me to the graph neural networks. Thank you very much.
Yes,
I will think about this neighborhood prediction.
This is the
Yeah.
Because in our case, topological index, sober energy analysis, we have this kind of data source.
Yeah.
So what we are would like to know, in every vertex, with are there containing some data set or not?
Yeah.
If yes, then it is very easy to do. Because we can do a vertex embedding such that from a very high dimensional space, and then we convert into two-dimensional space, and finally we can finalize with the artificial neural network.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other question? Okay, enough, Prof?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Dafiq, for the exceptionally profound and enlightening talk. Let us thank Professor Dafiq with a warm applause.
Yes.
Okay, Professor Kim, can you hear me, Prof? Professor Kim, are you ready? Okay, Now I will return the control to the event to our Master of Ceremony to guide us through the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our three honorable speakers, Professor Virabhadraya Lokesa, Professor Sudrajat Supian, MSc PhD, Professor Dr. Andes Davik, MSc PhD, for the fantastic presentation, and Dr. Dwi Agustin Retnowardani, SSI MSI, as the moderator.
Terima kasih banyak kepada ketiga keynote speakers terhormat kami, Profesor Virabhadraya Lokesa, Profesor Sudrajat Supian MSc PhD, Profesor Davik MSc PhD. Untuk presentasi yang luar biasa dan Dr. Dwi Agustin Retnowardani SSI MSI sebagai moderator.
The next agenda is break for lunch and praying. The presentation by the next keynote speaker will resume at 1 p.m. in Western Indonesian time. We kindly ask all participants, both offline and online, to return promptly to the same location or the Zoom link. Thank you.
Agenda berikutnya adalah waktu istirahat untuk makan siang dan sholat. Presentasi dari keynote speaker berikutnya akan dilanjutkan pada pukul 1 waktu Indonesia Barat. Kami mohon kepada semua peserta, baik offline maupun online, untuk kembali tepat waktu ke lokasi atau link Zoom yang sama. Terima kasih.
Professor Lokesha? Professor Lokesha?
Professor Simsek, are you?
Yes, I am ready to speak because I have a lecture.
Okay. Then we will continue within 2 minutes. Yeah.
If Professor Kim doesn't hear, I give my talk, then I go to my lecture. Otherwise, it's
Yeah.
problem.
Thank you. Welcome, Professor Simsek.
Yes, hello, Professor Simsek.
Hello.
Are you ready now?
Hello, if possible, I give my talk, then I go to
Yes,
lecture.
yes, definitely, definitely. We are ready now. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
I open my screen. You give me
Yes.
permission.
So, yeah, we ask moderator to welcome you. Yeah.
Okay. And now we have our fourth and final plenary speaker of this session. Let us give a grand welcome to Prof. Yilmaz Simsek from Akdeniz University Research Information System, Turkey. Are you ready, Prof?
Yes, yes, I am ready.
Okay, Professor Simsek, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Professor,
to
I will
organizer, Professor Lokesh and Professor Tafik.
Professor Semsek, I will talk 1 minute, then you can speak.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would thank the organizers for giving one opportunity to introduce Professor Semsek. Actually, Professor Semsek is one of the greatest mathematician and more motivational as well as inspirational man. Actually, we met in 2000 in India. He came, how struggle and came to India, and we are fortunate to introduce with Professor Adiga sir. Professor Semsek is a greatest mathematician in number theory. He worked on many papers, and also he motivated me to work on periodic numbers and number theory, because I also studied number theory in master's classes. And his grace only, I went to Turkey 2 times. He is the first man invited to Turkey in 2005 to Akdeniz University. I visited Turkey. I have many friends in Turkey. This is because of Professor Semsek. He is a great man because he is busy schedule. Actually, every year he is visiting more than 5 to 10 countries. Because of friendship only, he is doing a lot of things. Thank you very much, Professor Semsek. We unfortunately you are not here because of many other administrative works. Maybe next time Professor Dafik will invite you in the special conference.
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Lokesh and Professor Tafik. I am happy to give this talk in Zhangjiang Mathematical Society conference. Every time I am ready to support your team, Professor Lokesh. We are really good friends. I never forget you. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice introduction about me. This is our job because we are scientists. We make help together. Today I give some brief introduction about Dedekind sums. Dedekind sums really depend on modular forms, depend on Ramanujan theory, depend on elliptic curves, depend on cryptology, depend on graph theory. If you image, everything's really related to this area. Very interesting area, Dedekind sums. This sum is originally defined by Dedekind, a German mathematician. After his definition, come from the Dedekind theta functions, the action of the modular subgroup of the Dedekind theta functions, then Dedekind sums are a pair. In order to give my talk, how can I skip this? Maybe I do not know. Where is the pointer? Yes, I am here. Due to time, I give some introduction about the some notations. Recently, Q analysis is very important in the, especially in quantum physics and related areas. These symbols, the breaks X, gives us definition of Qx. If X goes to 1, you look at it, then this is gives us real case. This is a Q case, this is a real case. Yes. This is a genetic functions of the twisted Bernoulli numbers. Here, Xi is a cyclic group. Q is in Q integers in depend on Q analysis, then these functions, these meromorphic functions, if we give series expansions of these functions, the coefficients of these functions gives us twisted Bernoulli numbers, Q twisted Bernoulli numbers. Here, H is only gives the any parameters. Okay, Q is Q analysis, H is any parameters. Then, if we compute some values of these numbers, the main problems, it's very difficult problems, find the first term of the coefficients of the series. The first terms of the series, the B0, the first term, B0 is given like this. After some calculation and on the genetic functions, it is possible to obtain this. Then by using umbrella calculus techniques, these recurrence relations for HQ twisted Bernoulli numbers can be obtained like this. These recurrence relations and this first term give all of the numbers depend on any N or any H and any Q. You easily compute it. These numbers also related to Frobenius-Euler numbers. Hn denotes Frobenius-Euler numbers. Frobenius-Euler numbers originally come from spline curves. This is if you construct any exponential spline, then you need Frobenius-Euler polynomials and Frobenius-Euler numbers. Spline curves recently can be used in robotic area, in engineering, in many areas. So I do not give application here. Then these Frobenius-Euler numbers can be interpolated by this genetic function. Here you any algebraic integer, and this is in meromorphic functions depend on U and T. Then Hn U denotes the Frobenius-Euler numbers. These numbers have related to if U goes to -1, here if you take U, then you obtain Euler numbers here. Yes, due to time, I give also polynomials, the genetic functions, twisted Bernoulli polynomials given by these genetic functions. These genetic functions of this term, genetic functions of Bernoulli numbers. If I multiply these functions by e power tz, then we obtain genetic functions of the twisted Bernoulli polynomials like this. By using these polynomials and these numbers, then we give interpolation functions by using analytic continuation and Hankel contour to these genetic functions. Then twisted Hurwitz zeta functions can be obtained by using analytic continuation and Hankel contour. Now I give this definition to you. I skip this of time. There are many. Here, if you need any slide of my paper, it is possible I divide it by you after my lecture. If you inform me, I divide it by you. Some part of this paper are published with Abdülmecit Bayat and me. We published many papers on Dedekind sums and Frobenius-Euler numbers and multiple zeta functions, Barnes type zeta functions in number theory, in Fourier analysis, and other Russian Journal of Mathematics, Physics, and other. This formula is very important to construct genetic functions and also definition of Dedekind sums. This is a Rabe multiplication formula. This is very important in order to define Dedekind sums. This formula can be used in many kind of polynomials. These are called normalized polynomials. If any polynomial satisfy the Rabe multiplication formula, these are called normalized polynomials. So twisted Bernoulli polynomials are normalized. Bernoulli polynomials are normalized. Look at this is a Rabe multiplication formula of classical Bernoulli polynomials. This is a really very nice, very elegant formula for the Bernoulli polynomials. This because they are normalized polynomials. This higher order Bernoulli polynomials satisfy this Rabe multiplication formula. Yes. Now it is time to go to interpolation functions of this polynomials. Multiply twisted Barnes type zeta functions as about 100 years studied deeply by many number theorists, and in analytic number theory, these have many applications in elliptic curves and in cryptology. Because if you study in any elliptic curve or in any algebraic number theory, you need zeta functions and the family of zeta function. Now it is time to give definition of the interpolation functions of twisted Bernoulli polynomials. This is a Mellin. If I multiply, applying the Mellin transformation to these functions, these are genetic functions of twisted Bernoulli polynomials, by using this integral transform to these functions, then it is easy to obtain these functions. This is a large zeta function. If s goes to minus integer m, then you have a multiply poles. Then by using Cauchy residue theorems and analytic continuation and Hankel contour on the curve C, if you make a Hankel contour by curve C, then it is easy to interpolate these numbers. Here I do not give the theory of the complex analysis. By using analytic continuation and Hankel contours, Cauchy residue theorems, then this theorem, this very nice formula can be obtained. So twisted zeta functions interpolated twisted Bernoulli numbers. This is very important to construct the Dedekind sums. Yes, if I give Barnes type zeta functions, we need higher orders. We multiply many times the genetic functions together, then we obtain these functions. Here, we denote the degree of the multiplication. V times we multiply genetic functions for Bernoulli polynomials, then we obtain these functions. Now, by applying Mellin transform again to these functions, here, look at here, we change the power of t s minus v minus 1. If v equal 1, you goes to classical large zeta function. Then by applying Mellin transform, it is easy to derive these complicated functions. These are known as Barnes type zeta functions. These are v times greater than multiplication of large zeta functions, surface zeta functions, Riemann zeta functions. These are generalized all functions here. Because of the kısa is the root of unity, q is the q integers. If q goes to 1, kısa goes to 1, you obtain multiply Hurwitz zeta function. Yes, these functions are given like this. If v equal 1, we obtain these functions. These functions originally defined by Tae-Kyun Kim from Korean mathematicians. Before me, he talked maybe. Then it is possible to give another special value of these functions. There are many very nice application of these zeta functions. Then this is also by using this theorem 5, you obtain Rabi multiplication formula for twisted Bernoulli polynomials. This is very important formula for the twisted Bernoulli polynomials. Yes. Now it is time to give some Rabi type zeta functions. These are Rabi type zeta functions. By using some restriction on this value, depend on real value of imaginary value of x, we give some another restriction of zeta functions. Then we have these. By using this restriction, now we construct another nice formula for Bernoulli numbers and Bernoulli polynomials. Look at if v equal 1, we obtain classical Hurwitz zeta functions here. It is time to give Dedekind sums. Now I skip here. Dedekind sums. Today I give some application on Dedekind sums, especially by using double Barnes zeta functions, and also Otta from Japanese mathematicians, his method, and by using Abstol result and Abstol reciprocity, we generalize Dedekind sums. Dedekind sums, classical Dedekind sums, defined by Abstol. 2 years ago, Abstol passed away. He's a very nice mathematician in analytic number theory. He defined Dedekind sums in terms of Bernoulli functions. These are Bernoulli functions. Bernoulli functions depend on Bernoulli polynomials. These Bernoulli functions defined by like this. This is the greatest integer of x. Okay. Then this definition depend on this function, these Bernoulli polynomials. Yes, if we of the Abstol Dedekind sums, it satisfies this very nice formula for the Dedekind Abstol Dedekind sums satisfy this reciprocity law. What is the meaning reciprocity law? In order to compute easily Dedekind sums, you need the reciprocity law of this finite sum. Dedekind sums, some parts of Dedekind sums is depend on finite sum. If you give Fourier transform to these Bernoulli functions, because it is a periodic functions, then you obtain Fourier series, then you give infinite representation of the Dedekind sums also. Yes, twisted Dedekind sums, we defined these twisted Dedekind sums like this. This is a very nice definition for Dedekind sums here. Then sums, if Xi goes to 1, we obtain another definition of Dedekind sums. This is if Q goes to 1, this is reduced to Abstol Dedekind sums. Then Professor Tae-Kyun Kim, Professor Bayat Mi, and Matthias Beck, Brunsberg, and very famous mathematicians recently, this is a core of their studies, the Dedekind sums also. Then by using this formula, this is a sums of consecutive, if Q goes to 1, Xi goes to 1, you obtain sums of consecutive integers. Then this is a generalization of sums of consecutive integers. By using this, it is possible to obtain the special values of the Dedekind sums by using this formula. then Dedekind sums, the first term goes to 1 and the other terms, the second is variable, then you obtain this very nice formula for Dedekind sums. And Otta, using double zeta functions, he defined Dedekind sums. Now I give our twisted Dedekind sums. If I take v equal 2, then our double zeta functions give this form. By using this form, now I give some computational here in order to take Rabe multiplication formula for zeta functions. We give this Rabe formula. There are many computation here. Sorry, it is not easy to classify every computation here. There are many restriction in order to obtain double zeta functions here. This is not, there are many restriction on Ksai, on star and modulo A is modulo H, P is modulo K. Then this is not gives us this some prime integers you choose due to a star. Then these definitions gives you many restriction. Then by using this restriction, we give these calculations. After that, now I give the result of my, then we obtain this Rabe multiplication formula. After this Rabe multiplication formula, we also get this. Look at this. Here s minus 2, here s minus 1. Then if you have a other, if v equal 3, you have s minus 3, s minus 1, and s. Then you have a sequences of the Rabe formula. Then maybe you have this formula s minus 3, s minus 2. Then this gives you the sequences of the Rabe formula on the set B, and on the this restriction in order to define the Dedekind sums. Then look at here, if s goes to minus m is any integer, then we obtain Bernoulli numbers by using this formula. We obtain this elegant formula for zeta functions, double zeta functions, after many calculations. Yes, now it is time to give this formula. This is a very nice formula. Maybe because of the very extended formula, very big space it needs. Sorry, due to this computation. Then we obtain theorem 10 after many computation. Theorem 10 is very complicated formula. Here this some depend on Bernoulli functions. This integral part. Then if s goes to minus m, really we obtain twisted Dedekind sums and their reciprocity law. Very nice formula in theorem 10. Is very complicated formula. Then here this is a double higher order, two order Bernoulli polynomials, and its degree n plus 2. Now if I give some maybe proof. For the proof, I and Professor Bayat will give this proof. If Q goes to 1 and Xi goes to 1, we obtain Upstall and Otta generalizations. And Tayakyun Kim, Otta, and all are classified by this formula. Now I give some references of this talk. especially the reference one given by Upstall in this paper. Upstall give Lambert series and generalized Bernoulli polynomials in terms of the Dedekind sums. And Barnes zeta functions is about 100 to 100 years before published in English Mathematicians. He generalized Riemann zeta functions and multiplies Riemann zeta functions and Hurwitz zeta functions. Then it's now today we called Barnes zeta function. And this paper very important to construct these sums. Then we in this paper we give twisted Barnes zeta functions, and also we defined multiply Dedekind sums by Bayard in mathematics. This is a very new papers if you look at this, and also maybe and Taekun Kim paper, Kim have big many, he give many energy and many time, and he spent many times on Dedekind sums and Bernoulli numbers and Bernoulli polynomials, Genocci Bernoulli polynomials, Hurwitz Bernoulli polynomials, zeta functions. Taekun Kim has many papers. Then Kim, Rim, me, and other Kim, we also give generalization of zeta functions, L functions. Then there are many very nice formulae including it. This paper is very nice paper. We can use this Otta paper, these Japanese mathematicians. He give derivative of the Dedekind sums. And also Shriratani give many nice result. And this my paper is in the Journal of Mathematical Analysis Application, the twisted, HQ twisted Bernoulli polynomials. The origin of these twisted Dedekind sums come from this paper. And other periodic Dedekind sums, also this gives in Zhangjiao Mathematics Society talk. And especially recently I writing a book in Springer, a chapter. This book gives us the all families of twisted zeta functions and twisted Bernoulli numbers. My chapter contain all the result of this twisted kind of Bernoulli numbers. And also this paper is very important. Srivastava, Simpson, Kim and me, we published this paper. This is a very huge, about 12 chapters. This paper contain all kind of zeta functions and Bernoulli type numbers, Euler type numbers, Frobenius, and all kinds of numbers. Thank you very much for your patience. I wish you have a fruitful conference with all participants. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
If you have any comments, question, I am happy to discuss.
Okay. Now we have 5-minute questions and answer session.
Thank you very much, Professor Simsek. It is very wonderful presentation. I'm Dafik. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Tevfik.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
I'm very pleased to see you.
Thank you.
Actually, you should be here in Indonesia, but there is some technical problem. Maybe in the future we will organize.
Of course, why not? Why not? Why not?
Yeah.
I am very pleased to make connections and make a scientific project together. Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely.
Professor Lokesh and Professor Tevfik, have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Professor Logesa.
Thank you.
And
Thank
then
you.
we also
Thank
have Professor Sudrajat. in
Thank you, Professor. I do not find all of you. Sorry,
yeah, here's
because of the.
Professor Sudrajat.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Yeah.
Bye
Yes.
bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Simsek. You've given a wonderful talk. And also, there is a one more Bali conference. Also, you must give one talk on 25th.
Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, please give applause for Professor Simpson. Okay, thank you for your attention. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi, 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 Om Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu.
Gather presentation from my office. Yeah. What do you think? Is it okay? We will see that presentation from my office. No problem. Yeah. The government is not approving that is
Then there was some miscommunication happened.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first day of the 37th International Conference of Janggeon Mathematical Society 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our main agendas, the plenary session by our keynote speakers. This plenary session will be chaired by Dr. Dwi Agustin Retnowardani, SSE, MSE, from University of Jember, Indonesia. To Dr. Dwi, please welcome.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita kini akan melanjutkan agenda utama kita, yaitu sesi plenary oleh keynote speakers. Sesi plenary ini akan dimoderatori oleh Dr. Dwi Agustin Retnowardani, SSI, MSI dari Universitas Jember, Indonesia. Kepada Dr. Dwi, disilahkan.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dwi Agustin Retnowardani, and I will be your moderator for this second plenary session. I hope you had a refreshing lunch break, and we are now ready to continue with our conference. As quick reminder, this session will follow up on the first session from earlier. Our keynote speaker will present for maximum 40 minutes, and after that, we will open the floor for a Q&A session where you can ask any questions. Now we have our first presentation. The presentation will be delivered by Professor Ismail Naci Cangul from Bursa Uludag University, Turkey. Good afternoon, Professor Cangul.
Very good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, Professor. Professor,
dear
we met
brothers,
again. I'm
it's
pleased
always
to
nice.
meet you.
Thank you.
Ah,
Okay, Shahwati.
Professor Lokesa.
Yeah, I see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
Happy
you.
to see you again.
Sure,
Yeah.
yes, always.
Yeah. Yeah, you hearing this?
Yeah, of course.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
University of Jember, yeah. Okay, Professor, please continue.
Okay.
Okay. Professor Dr. Ismail Naci Cangul is a professor at Bursa Uludag University. He completed his PhD at the University of Southampton, UK in 1994. His research focused on number theory, algebra, graph theory, and mathematical analysis. He has authored over 370 papers and several books, and he has been invited to speak at numerous international conferences. Professor Cangul has supervised many graduate students and received several academic awards for his contribution to the field. Okay, Professor Ismail Naci Cangul, you can share your screen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for introduction and hello to everyone in the conference. I wish I could be there physically, but this is not possible always due to time and money and the conditions, unfortunately. So next time maybe. I'm really happy to be a part of another Zhangzhou Mathematical Society meeting, to which I am also a member of this society for more than 20 years. So thank you for Dr. Dafiq, Salamin, Ika, and all the team, Excelsa, the others, for organizing this nice meeting in beautiful city of Jemma and University of Jemma in Indonesia, our brother country. So I'm really extra motivated to talk about my study under these conditions. So let me start sharing my slides. Yes, I can control. The title is Omega Invariant and Realizations of Degree Sequences. Of course, considering the time limits, I will not be able to talk you all about the theory, all about graphs, applications. But from the number of papers published in the last few years, the increasing number, rapidly increasing number of papers published in graph theory, combinatorics, and applications, we all know that graph theory is becoming more popular and popular. In my department, when I started 15 years ago to study graph theory, there was no graph theorists, but nearly half of the department are working with me at the moment. What is going on? Just a few minutes maybe I should spend on these problems. What is going on in graph theory? Of course, the classical part is always there. The calculation of topological indices, the calculation of domination number, independence number, Hopf number, coloring, spectral study. Lots of theories are there for studying graph theory. But in the last years, many people, in the last few decades actually, many people, many researchers combined graph theory with other parts of mathematics. Maybe a few examples I should give. For example, graph theory and topology is working together, because topology is dealing with the local structure of things. So graph structures has some local structure, have some local structures. So topological invariants, for example, are used. Realizability conditions are used to get some results in graph theory by means of topological ideas. Number theory is combined with graph theory recently. Fibonacci graphs are defined and used. Fibonacci graphs, Lucas graphs, Pell graphs, all integer sequences are interrelated with graph theory, which produced a lot of nice results. Maybe they will have some applications in the near future. Algebra and graph theory are also in very close connection, starting with the zero divisor graphs about 40 years ago. In this area, in this algebraic graph theory, lots of graph types, algebraic graph types are defined and studied, like idempotent total graphs, for example, cancellation graphs, for example, associate graphs, Möbius function graphs, coprimality graphs. This kind of algebraic ideas are used to get graph theoretical conditions, results, or vice versa. By means of graph theoretical results, we can obtain algebraic properties of the rings, of the fields, whatever the structure is, okay? Graph theory in relation with combinatorics is also very popular. For example, you can find extremal values. If you cannot find the exact values, extremal values of your parameters or your topological indices, which is very useful because if you have the extremal values, minimum and maximum, you don't have to go other parts, okay? You are limited, your study is limited and you save time naturally. Also, about the number of realizations, today's topic, the number of realizations, or more general, the number of graphs is always an open problem. Probably it will be an open problem for many more years because the ways of constructing graphs, for example, of having n vertices, there is no formula for this, but the construction goes in many different ways. And at the end, you have to select the same ones to eliminate one of them, okay? So to have the correct number of realizations, to have the correct list of realizations, you have to do this. You have to do some movements, but at the end, you have to eliminate. So this makes it very complicated to get a very nice formula for such a number of realizations, for example. Of course, in such a case, what we have done in the last few years, actually we have planned with my friends in Jember, Professor Dafik, Ika, and the other team members, to work on these problems, but it is really a hard problem, but we believe that soon we shall get more complete results. At the moment, we have partial results, like, for example, of course, these are all by means of omega invariant, and you will realize the importance after I finished my talk. So, my friends, for example, you cannot find the whole number of realizations, for example, okay? It's a big number, it may be a big number for a given degree sequence, but you can go for simple realizations, for example, by putting some condition like simpleness. Or you can go for realizations having some number of components. This is also possible. For example, you may go for connected realizations or realizations with 3 components, for example, if possible. So connected or disconnected realizations you may look for. The number of these can be found, which is easier than the general problem, naturally. Realizations without multiple edges. We don't like multiple edges, nor we do like loops, for example. So we can look for the number of realizations of a given degree sequence without loops, for example, without multiple edges. Or at the end, of course, you may want to go for the number of all realizations, which is a sub-problem of the number of all graphs, possible graphs, having some number of vertices, for example. Because when you have the realization, you know the number of vertices, but the number of the vertices have some given vertex degrees. It's not general, so it's a sub-problem of more general problem. After this introduction, of course, there are lots of applications of graphs in neuroscience, in city planning, in networks, and nowadays, more applications are following: chemical applications, pharmaceutical applications, pharmacological applications, economic problems, lots of things, travel, transportation problems, especially networks and pharmacology, chemistry are very important applications. So everybody is moving towards graph theory, whatever they do. So after all these excellent ideas about graph theory, let's go to my presentation. The main problems, as you may understand already already what I told, are the followings. For example, this is a very primary school idea, actually. You are given some integers, necessarily non-negative integers, mostly positive integers, okay? Sometimes there are 0 in this set, but we don't like this case because 0 degree means isolated vertices, so we don't like it. We study them extra in addition to this classical way. So some set 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, for example, something like this, some set of positive integers you are given. They ask you to draw a graph, with the vertices of the graph having these vertex degrees, okay? I will talk about the ideas, vertex degree graph, very briefly. Probably most of you know about them. So if it's asking us if you can find at least one graph having this condition, okay, having these vertex degrees. Can you do this? So this is called realizability, we shall see. How many realizations of D are there? With this set, it is sometimes, not sometimes, always, almost always, possible to draw several graphs, okay? So how many of them? How you can construct them, another problem. Are these realizations connected or disconnected? Or maybe both. In most cases, both. This is an open problem, connectedness of a given degree sequence, okay? Some graphs you can obtain, but you don't know. Just looking at integers 1, 1, 1, 2, 5, 6, 10, something like this, you have to realize, you have to guess what about the connectedness of all realizations. Some of them are connected, probably some of them are not. This is a nice problem, an open problem. What is the number of faces? How many closed regions, triangles, squares, pentagons, hexagons, how many closed regions your graphs have? Is this a fixed number for this degree sequence? Or is it changing? Some of the realizations are having 5 faces, some 6, some 7. Is it possible? We don't know. Just looking at a few integers, it's difficult, but we shall find a way. What is the minimum, also maximum number of components of the realizations? So my friends, let's start with the fundamentals. What is a graph? Probably some of you are graph theorists, and I apologize for explaining to them, but for those who are there and who are not experts in graph theory, I shall very briefly give some fundamentals. A graph is a geometrical figure, and it consists of some dots, some vertices. They are called vertices. Actually, depending on the subject you study, for example, if you study networks, then the vertices, these dots, are called nodes of the network, okay? And the links between them, lines between them, are not called edges, they are called links, for example, because they are connected, they are linking two people, okay, in the network, for example. So, my friends, some arcs or some edges are connecting some of, not all of, you see, not all of. For example, these two are not connected, these two are not connected, these two are not connected, you see. But some of the vertices are connected. So this is possible in infinitely many ways. So there are infinitely many graphs, finite graphs. So this is the main idea in my talk, D of G, degree sequence of a graph, which is a set of integers, non-negative integers, actually as here, positive integers. The A1, A2, A3, and A delta are multiplicities of 1, 2, 3, and delta. That means there are A1 vertices of degree 1. Let's look at the picture. This vertex is of degree 1, the top one, labeled by 1, because it has one neighbor, okay? But the central vertex, labeled by 3, degree 3 vertex, has degree 3 because it has 1, 2, 3 neighbors, okay? This is, of course, this definition is good for simple graphs. In non-simple graphs with loops, for example, the calculation is more complicated, so we must give a more delicate definition for these numbers, these notions. So, my friends, this is degree sequence. For example, for this graph, the degree sequence is 1 to the 2 because there are 2 vertices of degree 1, 2 vertices, 2 to the 1 because there is only one vertex having 2 neighbors or 2 edges meeting at this vertex. So 2 to the 1. Similarly, 3 to the 1 and 4 to the, sorry, 3 to the 2, 4 to the 2. That means there are 2 vertices of degree 3, there are 2 vertices of degree 4. So degree notion is that degree sequence is the set of all degrees. So far we are good. If your graph is given like this one, it is very easy to find the degree sequence because you just note 1, 4, 3, 3, 2, 4, 1, and you make a list of them. A sequence, okay? So, my friends, this is easy. On the contrary, if you are given the integers and you are being asked about the graph out of these integers, that is more delicate question. That's more difficult and complicated question. Now, my friends, let D be a set of non-negative integers. Okay, just without multiplicities, it's written. Delta is the largest vertex degree. In the last one, for example, it was 4. In the below examples, capital delta, big delta is 3, for example, okay? Because the largest vertex degree is 3. So if a graph, any graph, G, is a realization of this set D, then the degree sequence, this set is called realizable, okay? Sometimes some integers are given and you cannot draw a graph out of these numbers, these integers. This is possible. For example, 1 and 2. With these 2 integers, you cannot form a graph because the sum of vertex degrees must be even, being twice the number of edges. Okay, this is the fundamental theorem in graph theory. So sometimes these sets, randomly given sets, may not produce a graph. So we are in need of some tests, some algorithms, some criteria. Actually, since 1950s, people produced, as far as I know, there are more than 10 criteria, algorithms. The most important one, the most famous one, is Havel-Hakimi process. Okay, I will not go into details. You can search for them in the internet. So these tests give you the result, the answer, whether this set is realizable or not. Realizability is that. A set is realizable, that means you can draw a graph out of this set. Probably more than one. How many? Still we don't know. Still an open problem. So it is clear from the definition that for a realizable degree sequence, if it is realizable, that means there is at least one graph. But there may be 2, 3, or 3 million. We don't know. So, for example, you see the following example. 1 to the 1, 2 to the 3, 3 to the 1. These are not powers, you remember. These are the number of 2's. There are 3 vertices of degree 2. Here, here, and here. And the second graph, here, here, here. Okay? So these 2 have the same degree sequence. So that means for the same degree sequence, this is the first example we see, we have more than one. Actually, I can draw about 5 to 10 more. Okay? So there are, for even such a small set, there are about tens of realizations. Think of larger sets, having million vertices, 1,000 vertices. It's incredible. The number you can get is incredible. So what was the motivation to define a new invariant? There are lots of invariants. Euler invariant, ARF invariant, other invariants. Mathematics is full of invariants. And invariants are very important because they give us certain information about some group of, some family of things, objects. Simplicial complexes, it could be manifolds, it could be surfaces, embedded things to surfaces, graphs, combinatorial objects, anything. So, my PhD student at this time was working with some topic related to chemistry and drawing lots of thousands of graphs and calculating some formulas, some rules, some pattern he was looking for. Delan, Mr. Delan, Dr. Delan. 7 years ago, he found some pattern. So after a few months of work, we studied on this idea and we realized that it goes back, the formula of omega invariant goes back to the number of leaves, which is A1, because leaf means in a tree, the number 1 vertex, okay, degree 1 vertex. So, for example, in this figure, there are 8 degree 1 vertices you can see. So it's written here 1 to the 8. This means 8 leaves, like a classical tree outside, okay? So my friends, A1 is equal to this number. This is strange number. You see, A3, 2 times A4, 3 times A5, 4 times A6, 5 times A7. So you see the pattern. Delta minus 2 times A delta. But strangely, there is a number here, plus 2. And my student realized that this plus 2 is changing. This is for trees. This is for trees, okay? Only for trees, this formula. But if you take some cyclic graphs with closed faces, not trees, apart from trees, another graph. So this number 2 is changing to 0, changing to 6, changing to 8, minus 8, minus 20, but always even numbers. So we searched for the reason and we understood the idea. So my friends, this is the definition. You have a look, but I will tell you that what you do to obtain the omega, this is the easiest way. You subtract 2 from each vertex degree. Okay, very easy. You subtract 2 from each vertex degree. So you get some numbers and add them up. This gives you omega, okay? 2 things to note, 2 things to note. There is no A2 here. You see in the formula, A1 is at the end, A3, A4, A5, up to A delta. A2 is not here because A2 means A2 times vertices of degree 2 are there. But as I mentioned 1 minute ago, you subtract 2 from each vertex degree. If your vertex degree is 2, subtracting 2 means you get 0. So the addition will be 0. No good. So A2 is not appearing in the formula. What about A1? Why it is at the end and it has minus coefficient? Because all are positive, you see? Because 1 minus 2 is minus 1. This is why, okay? 3 minus 2 is 1. 1 times A3. 4 minus 2 is 2 times A4. Delta minus 2 times A delta. 1 minus 2 times A1. Actually, hidden, there is hidden item 2 minus 2 times A2, which is 0. So we don't need to write. So basically, final saying this one about this definition, you subtract 2 from each vertex degree and add them up. This gives you omega. We will make examples. Okay, my friends. Now, an example very quickly. 1 to the 4, 2 to the 1, 3 to the 2. How many vertices are there? 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. 9 vertex graph. So, the omega invariant, how you calculate is, either you can start with 1, continue with 2, 3, 5, 7, but the definition, if you remember, starts with A3. I explained why. So we start with A3. A3 means the number in the bracket at top of 3, you see? So this is 2. 2 times 3 minus 1. 2 times 3 minus 2. So next, 1 time 5 minus 2. 1 time 5 minus 2. 1 times 7 minus 2, and at the end 4 times 1 minus 2, which is minus 1. This is the only minus term. So it neutralizes the positive part actually. Sometimes you get 0. So at the end we get 6. So for these numbers, there is an integer which is 6, which appears to have lots of applications. Very strangely, isn't it? There is no 6 here, but it's not the average, it's not something else, but it is about the number of faces, it's about the number of components, it's about the topological structure. I will talk now. So, some very easy properties. Omega, if you have m and n, if the degree sequence is given, you don't have m and n. N is easy to calculate from the powers, okay, the numbers in brackets, but m is more difficult if you have a big set. But if you are given the number of edges and the number of vertices, omega equals to twice m minus n, the number of edges minus the number of nodes, vertices, okay? So this makes it an even integer. I mentioned above, okay? So this makes it an even integer. Omega is always even. Okay, don't forget. This is just one slide, but there is a big theory behind it. We classified all the graphs into 3 classes, into 3 big classes, infinite classes. The middle one is those having omega equals to minus 2, okay? Omega equals to minus 2 is in the middle. So, omega is greater than or equal to 0, and omega is less than or equal to minus 4. So, omega equals to minus 2 is in the middle, a big class, the smallest ones and bigger ones, okay? So, for these 3 groups, three families, we have different algorithms, we have different corollaries, we have different results, theorems, lemmas, okay? Everything is different because the structure, topological structures of these realizations in these three sets, three families, are always different. This gives you about what is this central family, omega equals to -2. It corresponds to trees, 4 connected ones. So in the middle, we have the family of trees, but non-trees, we have omega less than or equal to -4 or greater than or equal to 0, okay? For trees, we have omega equals to -2. This is another important formula, the number R of faces in G. G is a realization of this set, so omega G you can calculate. A half of omega G is easy to calculate, plus the number of components. So this sum gives you the number of faces in your graph, which is cyclomatic number actually. So the cyclomatic number is omega a half plus the number of components. If you want connected realization, C is 1. But if you want three components, then C is 3. So the number of faces and the number of components is going up together, okay? They are somehow related. So very quick problems before finish. Is the set realizable? What is the cyclomatic number of any connected realization? What is the minimum and maximum number of components? Lots of questions. Okay, let's start with realizability. We have to calculate omega. Omega is 14. 14 is an even number, so we are happy. D is realizable. Somehow, D is realizable. But also, by the corollary here, I will tell, cyclomatic, above corollary, yeah, this one, corollary 4, the number R is omega a half plus C. So, omega a half is 7 plus, as connected, we have one component, so this is 1, so we get 8. Cyclomatic number, the number of faces is 8. So what graph, whatever you draw, looking at this, I can say at least 10,000 of graphs you can draw, okay? So all these 10,000 something graphs will have 8 faces as long as they are connected, okay? But if not connected, then the number of components increases, which make an increase in the number of faces, cyclomatic numbers. So we have maximum number of components and minimum number of components. Maximum number of components is given by this formula. You add up all AIs for even degrees, for 2. This means A2 plus A4 plus A6 plus A8 up to whatever. And this means multiplied by a half. This means odd ones, the multiplicity of odd ones. So A1 plus A3 plus A5 plus A7, we add them up, divide by 2, and add this to the previous number. So this is an integer. This gives you maximum number of components amongst all realizations. And what about the minimum number of components? This is maximum of 1 and minus omega over 2, which is equal to 1 and n minus m. Because you remember there was the first property of omega, which was 2 times m minus n. This is a result of this. So my friends, this is the minimum number of components. It could be at least 1, that means, you see, okay? If n minus m is greater than 1, then this is the minimum number of components. That means it cannot be connected because it's greater than, the minimum number of components is greater than 1. That means no connectedness. For example, for this set, 1 to the 3, 2 to the 1, whatever it is, this is the realization with minimum number of phases. How many phases are there? 8, because omega is 14, if you remember, and the number of components is in this figure 1. So that means we get 8. Indeed, you can calculate the number of phases: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 phases for a connected component. What about maximum number of components? Here, maximum number of components. You calculate maximum number of components, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can see. This is the maximum component drawing. Okay, maximum component realization. 8. You cannot have a realization of this set with more components. 8 is maximum. So this means 15 phases. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. Somewhere I calculated wrong, I think. So 15 phases there are. Yes, 15, exactly. I counted wrongly. So you see, the number of phases of all realizations could be minimum 8, maximum 15, and any number in between. There are ways to construct the ones between. So the second problem, very quickly, find maximum and minimum number of components. I mentioned already, but this is another degree sequence. This time, omega equals to -2. So what was the minimum number of components? The maximum of 1 and minus omega a half. Minus omega a half is 1. So maximum of 1 and 1, which is 1. So that means C minimum is 1. That means the number of components could be 1 at least, which is good because 1 means connected, only one component. Everything is together, connected to each other, okay? So connected, and also this is the minimum number. Probably the bigger numbers are obtained. So also disconnected ones. For example, this is C max is 7 in this case. So this set can be realized with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces, 7 components. You see, there is only one even number here, only 4, only one, you see, this, which is 4. So 4 means 2 loops, 1 vertex. But for all other components, we need odd numbers in pairs, because if you have only one odd number, then the sum of vertex degrees would be odd, which is not good. We don't allow this because we cannot have a graph. And final problem, another big open problem in graph theory. What about realizations connectedness? Are they connected or disconnected? These figures, these two graphs, G1 and G2, have the same degree sequence. So from this degree sequence, you can draw this, you can draw this, you can draw many others. This one is connected, you see, but this one has 2 components. One edge is separated from the main body, you see. So sometimes it is possible to have realizations which are both connected and disconnected. So what can we guarantee? This is the question. We have shown that if omega is maximum -4, then all realizations are disconnected. This is one case. In the remaining all remaining cases, we have potentially connected realizations. That means some are connected, some are disconnected. So very strong idea, very easy to prove. So for example, in this one, omega is -4. So the minimum number of components, you remember, minus omega a half. That means 2. So 2 is the maximum of 2 and 1, of course. So 2 realizations is the minimum number of realizations. So this is realizations with 2 components. This is realization with 3 components, 2 H, 2 K2s, and 1 strange graph, you see? So you can obtain any number of realizations between 2 and the maximum number of components you can calculate. Nowadays, as I mentioned at the beginning, there are lots of algebraic graph theory papers, topological combinatorial papers, chemical papers. So the study on graphs is continuing. So I hope my talk gave some new insights about especially omega invariant and its possible applications. And after each talk, usually people contact me about computer science applications, some other combinatorial applications. If you have such ideas, you can always contact me. I'm always in contact with Dafik, Ika, Slamin, and Excelsa, the others. So you can easily contact me, and I'm ready to help. Thank you for listening. Thank you for inviting me to this nice and important conference, which I hope continues many, many years. Thank you very much. I can't hear.
Okay, Prof. We cannot hear you, Prof.
Yeah, I can hear now.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Now we will go to the answer question session, Prof. Hello, Prof. Prof. Changgul?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we will go to the answer question session. Any question from the participant for online participant or offline participant? Please raise your hand.
Completed? Is that?
Yeah.
Any question from the online participants? No?
No question.
Ya, sudah selesai do.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Professor Changgul. I think
Thank
it
you.
is clear, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much and give applause for Professor Ismail Naci Changgul.
Thank you very much, Professor. Very nice
Thank you very much.
talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very nice talk. We're still here with Professor
very good.
Lokesa. Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
very good to see
Thank
you
you
all.
very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
So yes, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we still have one session, Professor. So please don't mind to again give delivery your talk again. Yeah.
But I don't have the
Okay.
program for this one. Maybe Ika will
Yeah,
send.
I'll send you the schedule soon. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's okay. As long as I know, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Best
Mr.
to all,
Bayag is
everyone.
also Professor, yes.
Professor Bayat is also there. He will
Yeah, in the
join
list.
now. Please unmute Bayat sir.
Oh, yes.
Professor Bayat. Professor
Hello.
Bayat. Nice
Hello,
to see you.
Professor David. Hello, Lucretia. How are you?
Very good to see you.
As I previously I talked with Professor Lucretia.
Yes.
Yes, so Professor, hello, Professor David. Thank you for your invitation. As I tell to Professor Lucretia, I will not be able to present now, today, my talk, because I have a
No,
meeting.
if you can do that, you are welcome. If you
Okay,
can.
I have a meeting in the university. It will be start in few minutes. So after discussion, after discussion with the Professor Lucretia, I would like to propose my talk, my presentation next Saturday in Bali, if it's possible.
Okay.
So
No problem, Professor.
so so that I have more, we will have more time. And so
Yes.
thank you for your excellent organizing, and see you next
See you then. See you. Yeah.
time
No
in
problem,
Bali.
Professor.
So I
You're welcome.
prefer, really, I prefer to be face to face in Indonesia. And I hope maybe in future we will be meet together face to face anywhere, maybe in
Yes.
Indonesia. So
Thank you.
I will be there next Saturday. So
Yes, Saturday.
sorry for this.
No problem, Professor. No
Okay,
problem.
thank you.
Okay.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you again, Professor Tianggul.
Thank you. See you.
Okay, our next speaker is a proud representative from Professor Abdul Majid Bayat from Université de Évry-Val d'Essonne, Prancis. Bonjour, Prof. Professor? Professor Bayat? Nggak jadi.
Ya, Dwi, Prof. Slamin. Gilirannya Prof. Slamin sekarang.
Prof. Slamin nggak bisa katanya, Prof.
Prof. Slamin bisa sudah.
Nggak bisa. Prof. Slamin ada. Tapi belum gabung Zoom, Prof. Oh, ada. Oke.
Dwi,
Oke, Prof.
Prof. Slamin.
Yeah. Okay. It is my distinct to introduce our next speaker, who is also a valued member of our host institution. Please extend a warm welcome to Professor Slamin MCom SC PhD from the University of Jember, Indonesia. Professor Slamin is a Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, University of Jember, Indonesia. Professor Slamin is a senior and highly respected computer scientist with a strong international educational background. He completed his postgraduate studies, Master and PhD in Computer Science in Australia at the University of Newcastle. His foundational studies were complete at the University of Jember. He has played a role in the development and leadership of computer science, education, and research at the University of Jember. Selamat sore, Prof. Slamin.
Selamat sore, Mbak Dwi.
Ready to share
Good
your
afternoon.
screen, Prof?
Of course, always
Okay,
ready.
Professor Slamin, the time is yours.
Oke, thanks Dr. Dwi ya. Terima kasih Dr. Dwi. Please allow me to share my presentation. I hope this is the correct slide. Yeah. Can you see my slide? Okay. I suppose you see my slide and you hear my voice. Mbak Dwi, dengar suara saya ya?
Iya, Prof.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer who are inviting me to be one of the invited speaker in the 37th International Conference on Junction Mathematics Society, or ICJMS 2025. It is an honor for me, and it is my pleasure to share my expertise, especially in graph theory. Today, I would like to talk about playing with graph. So we can make fun with graph, and the subtitle is a fun first approach to mathematical thinking. So actually, I'm mathematician rather than computer scientist, so that's why I always teach how to think mathematically. All right, this is the outline of my talks. First, I will give you what is a mathematical thinking challenge, and then we will introduce, actually this is recreational graph theory, we can call it fun, in graph theory, and how this recreational thing, fun first approach, can supporting diverse learning style, and we can see the practical implementation guide, especially from game to real world, and I will conclude with some recommendation, some closing mark. Okay, and this is the challenge for mathematical thinking, or thinking logically. Actually, mathematics have abstract barrier, and traditional math often feel disconnected from life experience. So sometimes it is very hard for many people, very hard to study or to learn mathematics. And the second one, we have a representation gap. A symbol heavy approach, disadvantage visual and kinesthetic learner. So you can see that mathematics is more formula, more expression. I mean, formula expression, and for some people, mathematics make density, density factor is common come to student, especially when they have to learn mathematics. They have mindset that create physiological barriers, such as I'm not mathematic person, or I'm not good in mathematics. Mathematics is scary, and so on. And some students concerned only to the result. They may exclude the process. And many students are excluded before they even begin. Because we just want to know the result. So that's why many students, especially in high school, always come to what's called bimbel. Bimbel in English is what is I don't know, a lesson trainer or whatever. Some supporting student to learn any subject in school. And they just want to know the quick way or the result for that one. So I think this is the challenge, how to think mathematically, how to make us mathematical thinking. All right. This is about fun, fast graph theory. First one is actually mathematics of connection. Yeah, I mean, graph is actually a brand of mathematics, and they learn much. I mean, graph theory. Yeah, learn about some connection. Yeah, some relationship, which is using vertices.
Prof. Slamin, suaranya hilang, Prof. 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 Slamin. I think there is problem with the connection.
So sorry, I think I'm disconnected. So I'm coming again. We just talk about mathematics of connection, and we just get the problem with the connection. So let me start again. Yeah, I think we are in this slide, right? The fun first graph theory. When I talk about mathematics of connection, the connection problem is coming. Okay, let me continue. The second one is about fun first approach, yeah, or we call it recreational approach. We can use puzzle, we can use game, and the real world problem as entry point. Yeah, and we have visual foundation. Concepts are inherently spatial and visual. Yeah, we can represent any phenomena, any problem in the real world by graph. So that's why it's more visible. Yeah, it's more easier to understand. Yeah, and we have lower floor, high ceiling. Yeah, simple to start, but rich with complexity. When we talk about what's called for example, when we learn in the first about graph theory, basically we just learn about node or point, yeah, or edges or line. So we just connect them each other. It seemed to be easy, but when you come forward, it will not easy anymore. We have some difficulties there, yeah. But of course, we can learn graph theory in simple way. Yeah, that's what we want to talk about it today. And what is graph theory? I think most people here know about graph theory. Yeah, as I mentioned before, just brands, not just, I mean, graph theory is a brand of mathematics, which is studies the relationship between objects, which is represented as node or vertices and line or edges. And graph actually a general language for describing and analyzing entities with relationship or interaction. Graph can be directed, yeah, a directed connection. So edge have a direction or undirected, both way. Yeah, it's bidirectional. Yeah, okay. And I think you know this one. Graph can represent anything, even graph, computer network, disease pathway, food web, particle network, underground network, yeah, social network, economic network, communication network, citation network, internet, network of neuron, yeah, knowledge graph, regularity network, scene graph, code graph, molecule, 3D shapes, and so on. Yeah, and so on. There are many things. Yeah, but of course, graph can be represented as other subject, okay, as other object. Yeah, for example, we can start with this graph and we label the vertices by 1 up to 9. Then we can just represent that graph to make easier for other people who not learning graph theory by subgrades. Yeah, if the cell is shaded, then it will be edges, yeah, between one vertex to other vertex. For example, if the cell in the first line and the second column is shaded, then there will be edges between 1 to 2, vertex 1 to vertex 2. And we also can represent the graph as matrices, yeah, a 0, 1 matrices. If there is edges between 2 vertices, then the entry or the cell will be 1. But if there is no connection between 2 vertices, there will be 0. Yeah, you can see from this slide. Yeah. So in both way, I mean, graph can represent something, and in both way, I mean, in both direction, in other way, yeah, graph is also can be represented by other object, yeah, such as grid or matrices, yeah. All right, and this is the example of one first graph theory. I think many people here knows this Königsberg Bridge, Olympic emblem, Ecosian game, Night Store, Instant Insanity, Cop and Robber, Sudoku, you know, Sudoku, yeah, Magic Square, Magic Polygon, and of course other puzzle and other games. Yeah, I don't want to talk much about this what's called this puzzle or this game, but I can share this one later on. Yeah, this slide, so you can see what kind of a game in graph. Yeah, but this one is very first problem in graph theory. We call it Königsberg Bridge. Basically, here, one people want to cross the bridge. There are 7 bridges in there. He crossed the bridge exactly once, yeah, and back to that original place without any repeating the bridges, yeah. And the result is not impossible, yeah, because there are region connection by odd number of bridges. Yeah, they may come can going out, but they cannot coming in. Yeah, using different bridges. Yeah, because you know, because if there is, I mean, the number of bridges are odd. Yeah, from one area, then they will have problem when we back to that area again. Yeah. And you know that Leonhard Euler solved this problem, yeah, using graph. Yeah, they represent that area with a vertex and the bridge by edges. Then they produce one theorem. Yeah, the theorem is a pseudograph. If a pseudograph G has a Eulerian circuit means that graph contain. I mean, if we traverse all edge in the graph exactly 1, yeah, so we can traverse every edges in that graph exactly 1 and back to the original vertex. Then the graph is connected and the degree of every vertex is even. So that's the first theorem of a graph. Yeah. Okay. And actually, because I talk about game, this is actually online game. Yeah, you can access that. I think there is link beneath or below the picture. Yeah, you can try that one. Okay, the second one is Cop and Robber. The cheese, I mean actually the police or the cop chase the robber. Yeah, and some in some graph the police or the cop is winner, but in some graph the robber is the winner. So you can see this is the robber win graph. Yeah, because the police or the cop cannot get the robber. Yeah, but so they can avoid always a COP. Yeah, but this graph, this is a COP win graph. So there is no way for a robber to run. So the police can catch him. Okay. See, okay. And this is the graph where the police or the cop win. Yeah. All right. And the second one is instant insanity. Basically, here we arrange this cube. There are actually 4 cubes with faces colored with 4 colors. Yeah, and then we can arrange that. Yeah, such that this cube in a column, it is so that each side of the stack, front, back, left, and right, so each of the 4 colors. So in one stack, yeah, in one stack, actually there are no same color appear, yeah, in that faces, yeah. Okay, so you can see actually we can represent this one by graph, yeah. You can see later on, yeah, if you want to learn much about that. But basically, when that side, yeah, that face are in the opposite or face each other, then there will be age between them. For example, here between red and red, yeah, because there is like face to face each other, then there will be age between red and red, yeah. It's like loop or ring, yeah. And if there is if we can see the green and yellow, then there will be edges between green and yellow, and also blue and green, and so on. So all this skeleton can be color, yeah, and then you can just draw a graph, yeah, such that you can find this graph, yeah, this graph, so that we can decompose this graph into 2 graphs. The first one is this graph, and the second one is this graph. So we will have this solution. Yeah, so we have the solution. So this quite easier for us. Yeah, and this is the online game for instant insanity. Yeah, and the other one is equation game, which is actually Hamiltonian. You know, Hamiltonian. We traverse all vertices. Yeah, and we can pass that vertices exactly 1, yeah, and back to that original place, yeah. Usually we use this one by what's called salesperson problem, yeah. When salesperson going to many cities, they have to optimize the what's called the tour or the traveling, and this also can be used to build some what's called amusing place, yeah, like in like a zoo, yeah. In East Java we have Jatim Park, for example. So in zoo, every cage can be passed, yeah, exactly 1. So we are not going in the same cage, yeah, many times, yeah. So that's the example for that one, as the application for that one, yeah. So we will have this one, yeah. There are many solutions for that. At least we have what's called 30 solution for this one, yeah. And of course, we can build this one in GeoGebra. We can have this game, and also we can have play this game physically. And it's not difficult to draw. Yeah, you can just draw in the floor, and then using any thing, yeah, to play. Yeah. All right. And the next one is night tour. Yeah, you know, when we play chess, yeah, actually we can move the knight, yeah, such that every cell or every grid in the chess, yeah, can be traversed by the knight. Yeah, so we can have that one. Yeah, and this is the solution, one of the solution for that one. So we can just cluster or divided that board into 4. We can see probably first cluster is red, yellow, green, and blue, and then we can start to traverse in each cell, yeah, in each cluster. So we will have this one. This so all cell is already traversed by the knight. Yeah. All right. This is magic square knights. Yeah. Apart from that tour, in the night tour problem, we can also have some other problem. Yeah, like magic square, semi-magic square. We can see that one. That the sum of a number in every column or every row are the same, which is k equal to 260. Okay, we have this night tour game online. Yeah, you can see on the web. Yeah, and I think there is link under the picture. Yeah, so you can start from that one. The next thing is Sudoku. You know, the Sudoku. Sudoku puzzle is filling 9 times 9 grid. Yeah, with digits such that each column, each row, each of the 9 subgrid that compose the grid contain all the digits from 1 to 9. Basically, there is no same number in the row, in the column, and in the subgrid. Yeah, which is what we have here is we can solve this problem using graph coloring. Yeah, we can just represent that cell using vertices and the neighbor. Yeah, using the edges. So we can see this is for the illustration. I give some example for you, just 4 times 4. You can imagine if it is 9 times 9, this will be complicated. I mean, the edges will be crowded. So I will use this one just to give you some illustration. So you can see this one is actually using vertex coloring. So any graph with that are neighbor using the different color, then you will get this one. Yeah. Then we can just convert that color into the number. We can solve the puzzle now. Yeah, the Sudoku puzzle. Okay, this is magic square. Yeah, you can use graph as well. Don't want to talk much about that one, but you can also play the game using internet. Yeah, using a web or other browser. Yeah, and we have Olympic emblem. Basically, we asked to place $1 up to $9 into each region, such that in one ring you will get the same amounts of money. Yeah, in one ring. We have 5 rings here. Yeah, blue, green, black, green. Sorry, yellow, black, green, and red, which is actually represent the what's called the continent. Yeah, in the world. Yeah. Okay, and basically we can use labeling to solve this problem. You can see that in each ring we have $11. Yeah, in each ring the amounts of money are the same, and I think this is fair. Yeah, because everyone get the same money. Yeah, and you can expand this ring as many as possible. Yeah, maybe there is new continent. So we will have 1 ring, or another continent we will have 2 rings, and so on. But basically we can solve the problem. Okay, this one is magic polygon. Yeah, I think I explain this one very common, very often. Yeah, very often. But actually this is a junior high school problem. Yeah, mathematics problem. Okay, for n equal to 3 probably is easy, but when it starts bigger and bigger, for example, even for 4, it's not quite easy, especially for even number like 4, 6, and so on. It's not easy, but for odd number, it's quite easy. Yeah, it's quite easy, I see. But basically, we can solve this problem using edge magic total labeling. Yeah, of the cycle, and all solve for any n. Yeah, for any n. And this problem also appear in Instagram, so we can easily solve the problem. Last thing, we have magic labeling. Yeah, I think many people here know about that one. Yeah, there are many types of this labeling: edge magic total labeling, edge magic vertex labeling, vertex magic total labeling, vertex magic edge labeling, face labeling, and so on. Yeah. Okay, this is the example for edge magic total labeling. What we have here is the weights of the edge in every edge are the same, which is k equal to 29. The weights of edge is the level of the edge together with the level of two vertices incident to that edge. Yeah. Okay, this is vertex magic total labeling. For this one, I think we call the weights on the vertex. So you can see this one, the vertex, the level of the vertex, together with the level of the edges incident to that vertex. Okay. All right. Now, why first approach is working? Yeah. Well, first, using fun first, we can lower the barrier to entry. So it is a game. Of course, it is interesting. This is not test. So it's not make people stressful, yeah, or depression, because this is just a game, yeah, just playing. So we make many people or many students, especially because I know most of us are teacher here or lecturer, so we can use our teaching model, yeah, to make the student happy, not scary, yeah. And the second one, make knowledge stick. Remember the game after forgetting the formula. Usually when formula is easy to forget, yeah, like ex-girlfriend or whatever. Sorry, just kidding. Yeah, but game, of course, is not easy to forget. Is if we always remember the game, yeah, and in that game, actually the content knowledge, the content solution, yeah, for the problem, yeah. And the third one is foster creativity and grit. Playing encourage experimentation and learning from failure. So they just try and try again gitu until succeeded. Yeah. And the last one, build intuition. We already feel the algorithm before we name it. Yeah, because we are involved in that situation. Yeah. So that's why well, it's easy to remember. It's easy to what's called to solve the problem. Yeah. Okay. This is one example. Yeah. How we move from concrete to abstract. Yeah. Remember when Leonard Euler solved the problem in the Königsberg Bridge. Yeah. We have concrete problem, concrete puzzle. Yeah. Because people is trying to what's called sorry, I think yeah, people trying to traverse or to pass the bridges exactly one and back to that position again, the original position, and they all fail. Yeah, until Euler actually represent that situation into graph, and then they see the pattern recognition about odd and even degree, yeah, degree of the vertex, the pattern, and then they see the abstract principle because we have Euler theorem. That's how mathematical thinking is working. Yeah. All right. So we have the first theorem of the graph, and we also have activity example. You can, for example, when we teach in class, yeah, we can ask probably 5 students to do some handshakes, yeah, and then you can count how many handshake for each person, yeah. So I guarantee that all together, if they are all combined, it must be even, yeah, because the total degree of that vertex has to be even, 2 times the number of edges, yeah. So the task is now, can everyone shake 3 different hands? Of course, if the number of people is odd, one person, yeah, at least one person must be even. Yeah, I mean handshaking with the even number of people. Yeah, for example, here Elisa is handshaking with Anne and Carl. Otherwise, there will be odd number. We cannot divide by 2. Yeah, because the total degrees of the vertices are even. Yeah, and what's pattern emerge? Yeah, as I can see that if the number of if the number of people or the number of vertices is odd, then there will be one person at least, can handshaking with even number of people. Yeah. So accessibility feature, then that's kinesthetic learning through movement, immediate personal relevant, visual representation on classroom board, natural differentiation. All students can participate at their level. So mathematics become social, and physical experience. Yeah, so mathematics is not scary. All right, supporting diverse learning. Fun-first graph theory naturally accommodate visual learner, see pattern in diagram, kinesthetic learner, manipulate physical graph or act out problem, social learner, collaborate on group puzzle, logical learner, develop formal proof from pattern, and last, creative learner, invent new graph problem. So one mathematics, but multiple pathway to understanding. Yeah. So I think this is very good. Yeah, good in mathematics. Yeah. Okay, this is the differences between using fun-first graph theory approach, before and after. Yeah, usually there is a mindset for people who hate mathematics. Yeah, hate mathematics, just memorizing formula. That when you see graph theory, so we can see the pattern. Yeah, and it is not smart enough for this. This is like solving a puzzle. And last, low participant, high intensity, but after that, increased engagement, willingness to take risks. So we can try until succeeded. All right, this is from game to real world. Yeah, present problem before theory. Start with puzzle. Yeah, and using manipulative. Yeah, string, bars, digital tool. Yeah, and that embrace multiple approach. Yeah, value visual, verbal, and logical solution equally. Connect to real world, social network, transportation map, game strategy. Yeah, you can see the example before. Yeah, and the last one, celebrate pattern spotting. Yeah, price the process, not just the answer. So this the process. Yeah, from game to real world. Beyond mathematics, it's about transferable skill. Yeah, computational thinking, problem decomposition, pattern recognition, system thinking, understanding interconnectedness, spatial reasoning, visualizing relationship and network, and resilience problem solving, learning through productive struggle. So for teacher or lecture, we are not just teaching mathematics, we are teaching thinking. Yeah, so in mathematics, you always learn how to think, teach how to think, yeah, not just memorize that, yeah. All right, and evidence of impacts, research show visual spatial approach improve retention and understanding. Student survey report show increased confidence and enjoyment of mathematics. Teacher observation, higher engagement across ability level, and a long-term benefit, better preparation for STEM field, which is now become strategic issue, even for the government policy, yeah, Indonesian government especially, yeah. All right, and conclusion, yeah, actually, you know, this word is actually a graph, yeah, you can just see that even the country is a vertex, the neighborhood of them is edges, or if they have some bilateral cooperation, then there will be ages, and so on. Yeah, there are many things. There are many ways to connect the world. Yeah, so that's why the graph is sorry, the world is a graph. Yeah? And then with this, actually, graph are not just mathematical concept, but graph are playground for the mind. Yeah, graph are a lens for seeing the hidden structure of our world, and of course, graph are a gateway to powerful, joyful, and deeply human thinking. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm giving back to Mbak Dwi, Mbak Dr. Dwi. Thank you. Terima kasih, Mbak Dwi.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Salamin, for the interesting presentation. Now we begin to the question and answer session, Prof. For online participants, you can type your question in the chat box, or for those here in person, please raise your hand. Okay. I think it is clear, Prof. Salamin. Okay. Thank you very much.
I think so. Yeah. Okay. That's great. Okay. Thank you,
very
Dwi.
much again.
Thank you, everyone.
Give
Okay. Thank you
applause
very much.
for Professor Salamin.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we entering our next presentation, we will appreciate the keynote speaker by giving him certificate symbolically to Professor Dr. Andes Slamin, MCom, SC, PhD. Thank you to Professor Dr. Andes Slamin for the
Thank
fantastic
you.
presentation. This is your
Thank you.
certificate as the keynote speaker.
Thank you very
And with that, we have reached the end of an absolutely fantastic day of science. On behalf of everyone, a huge thank you to all our speakers. And I will give back to Master Ceremony. Thank you from me as a moderator for second plenary session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Santi, 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 Om Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu.
Ladies and gentlemen, time goes so fast and now we are entering the last agenda, that is closing. To online participant, don't forget to fill the list of attendees. The link is available in the Zoom chat column. Thank you.
Bapak, Ibu sekalian, waktu berlalu begitu cepat dan kini kita memasuki agenda terakhir yaitu penutupan dan dokumentasi. Untuk peserta online, dimohon untuk menyalakan kamera dan jangan lupa mengisi daftar hadir yang tersedia di kolom chat Zoom. Terima kasih.
Finally, this is the end of the first day of the 37th International Conference of Jangjeon Mathematical Society 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, let us close this event by saying Hamdalah.
Hadirin sekalian, marilah kita tutup acara ini dengan mengucapkan hamdalah bersama-sama. Alhamdulillah.
For the last, I do apologize if there were mistakes. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Akhir kata, mohon maaf jika terdapat kesalahan. Terima kasih banyak atas perhatian Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Good evening.
Selamat sore.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.